All right, good morning, everyone. I will call to order the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, December 6th, 2022. We have a couple of supervisors online today. Today's going to be a fluid, dynamic day, so hang on to your hats. Lots of changes, people are out and about. So I don't know, Supervisor Thomas and Novosels, if you wanted to say what's going on, why you ended up Zooming today, you're more than welcome right now before we get started. Supervisor Tom. Yeah.
I'd love to. Good morning, everyone. And thank you very much for having today a fluid day. It's probably on my account. Wanted to let everyone know our youngest daughter is probably expecting a baby today, and I will be in the delivery room with her. So I'm at her house right now, and I may need to leave. So I probably won't be with you all day, but thank you for arranging and working with our schedule for our granddaughter. Thank you.
Absolutely. How exciting.
That is so exciting. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And then as many of you know, I came down with the flu about 3 weeks ago and it's turned into pneumonia. I was in urgent care about a week ago and I'm still trying to get over it. So I'm just trying to lay low here. So thank you. Appreciate being able to zoom in. Thank you.
Yeah. I hope you get some rest there too. It's you can tell, save your energy for those important items then. So with that, we're going to start our morning off with an invocation by Pastor Drew Buell of the Cool Community Church. He's online with us. And then Supervisor Turnbull will lead us in the pledge after that. Good morning, Pastor Drew.
Good morning, Lori. How are you?
Doing well.
Good. Well, let's go to the Lord in a word of prayer. Father, this is a wonderful and unique time of the year as the whole world, including our little county, turns its attention to the little town of Bethlehem and the real events that transpired there on that night more than 2,000 years ago when God, who was not a man, became a man and dwelt among us as the man Christ Jesus. And I don't think, having exhausted all of eternity, that we will even begin to understand the fullness of what happened on that night. But this morning, if you would be so kind, I would just like to ask two things of you. First, for those of us who are so familiar with the Christmas season and the Christmas story, God, would you help us to see through the fog of our familiarity and to once again marvel at the lavish extravagance that you showed us in giving us your Son? And then secondly, would you help us just as a community, especially at this time of the year, to show just a little more grace to one another, to exercise just a little more kindness, to be willing to be a little more patient with those who are especially trying to serve us. I do thank you for all of the men and women who do serve us so faithfully in El Dorado County. God, it is not an exaggeration to say that we live in the best county in the state of California. And that is in large part due to the tireless efforts of these men and women. And so I do just ask for a special blessing upon each and every one of them this Christmas. God, would you do that for them? For we ask it in Christ's name. Amen.
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 Thank you, Pastor Drew.
Please stand.
Thank you.
Ready? Salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. So we're going to move on to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. I think there's some changes today, so I'm going to check in with our CAO first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff is requesting that item number 13 be continued off calendar. A couple of changes that came in after the agenda was posted that needs to be revised. And then also requesting that item number 41, a closed session, be continued off calendar as well.
Off calendar.
Yes, sir.
And then let me check in with our clerk. We have correction changes.
Yes, Chair Parlin. I'd like to read a correction in for item 31. We need to correct the resolution number from 177-2021 to 177-2022.
Very good. Okay. And then we'll check in with the supervisors. We'll go online first. So Supervisor Thomas, any changes?
No changes. Thank you.
And Supervisor Novosel?
No changes. Thank you.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I'd like to pull item 16 for discussion.
And Supervisor Hydal.
No changes.
And I have no changes. So with that, Kim, we'll get public comment on the consent calendar.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Mandy Rodriguez. Oh, geez. I'm gonna go ahead and submit those for public record and for you guys to read. I got this email and I'm like, I'm not a lawyer, but you're a lawyer, right, Mr. Livingston?
Mandy, which
So-
item is it?
Oh, this is regarding 16 and 13.
Okay, 16, we're pulling on, we're gonna. talk
Okay, so
about-
I'll comment on, we'll just say it's 13. So I'm reading through
And
this.
13's off calendar too, so
So I can't talk about any of this?
you can give us comment on 13, I believe. 'cause it's
Okay,
on the
well,
agenda, and then hang on
I
to
just think
16.
that any funding after reading this email that the Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless, they're in breach of their contract for homeless for the project Room Key. They're in breach. And so the state's gonna put like a lien against their property, $2.8 million. I don't know, man, but if I got this email from the state attorney, I would be like freaking out, right? So it's saying that they need to agree to all these things. One of them is that they're in default, that they're gonna put a lien against the bear den for the full amount of 2.8 million. These terms are not subject to negotiation. This is deep doo-doo stuff. And I'm asking that you not give any money to Tahoe Homeless Coalition, Ed Hoc, COC.
Mandy, I appreciate that, but number 13 isn't about the Tahoe Coalition at all.
Well, it is, it's connected because they're the ones who do the pit counts, right? So this is all, yeah, they volunteer. Yeah, they volunteer with the progressives, the El Dorado progressives. They all volunteer and do this pit count that benefits them in their pockets. So
Okay,
yeah,
good.
it's absolutely connected. I don't think
stretch.
any money should be given to any of these homeless projects because the golden child here, Tahoe Homeless Coalition, is in deep doo-doo. And I tried to get a hold of Cheyenne Purrington, but apparently she's gone. So gosh, man, what a great project for her to just up and leave. Rats jumping the ship, I guess. I don't know, but you
So,
might want to
in
read
the
through this.
future, let's keep it on the item. That was about a contract. It was not about what you're talking about. I'm just.
Oh,
being-
it is. It's not good.
It-
Are you guys reading this?
Yeah. Thank
Yeah.
you.
It's about a contract?
Not this.
Yeah, it's about the
contract.
$2.8 million
No.
they received and they got no money left.
Anyway, thank you.
Good morning.
Good
Board of
morning.
Supervisors. Wow. This is
What
gonna be.
consent item do you have, Chris?
I'm just going to get there. I understand. I'm using up my time. Oh my gosh. Okay. It's item 11 and number 12 and number 24. Slowly, I'm going to get to that because this is a big agenda. Okay. I think Supervisor Novacell would agree with me on 11. Human rights is a matter every day. It's not just a single day. If you understand that things are happening around the world related to human rights, you understand what I'm saying. So to give it a particular day, I think is actually could be perceived to be counterintuitive because like I said, it's every day. Now, if you want to make it 365/7, if you want to make it something that is broader in content, then I completely understand about 11. On item 12, Supervisor Parlin, excellent job, I have to admit. This is the old Kelsey Schoolhouse, Kelsey Community Association. Historical preservation comes in many forms, and this is just another form. And so I'm very proud of you for bringing that up and continuing to work on all of these special buildings. We don't want to lose them. Oh, I still have a minute and 16 left.
You said number 24 also.
Right.
Oh, yeah,
Don't forget that.
I'm going to item 24.
See, I was listening to you.
All right, thank you. It takes 4/5 votes. But I wanted to let you know, I did read this item. Believe it or not, I do read a lot of items. And this makes sense. So I hope there is 4/5 votes here among your board. And this is related to a commercial building permits where the person missed an opportunity, things changed. And now you're addressing that through policy J7, which I think is very appropriate. Finally, Chair, I just want to bring this up. This is an addendum day. So by being an addendum day, you have item 43 by consent. That has to do with some purchases for the homeless center. And also there's a couple of closed session items. So that's 43, 44, 45. I just wanted to bring it up as a point of order because I don't think the public recognizes that this is an addendum day. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room on the consent calendar?
And seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. We're taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. Hi, I am Sue Taylor, and I want to speak to number 13, 17, and 24. And maybe I can tie together what Mandy was trying to share with you is that on number 13, I was sent the DOJ's complaint against the Tahoe Homeless Coalition, and they are kind of in trouble with the actions that they're involved in. And in their response, they say that they have been doing the point of time count for the Western Slope. So apparently the county works with the COC to get a contract, which I think that's a conflict of interest to have COC hiring and picking the contractor alone. But then they are hiring ASR, which I'm assuming is subcontracting with TCH, since they've admitted in their response that they are the ones doing the point of contact, which all of these groups, it's a conflict of interest. And I would suggest that there should be an outside person that's also connected with this. And then number 24, let's say 17. So when I read this, I don't know, I spent most of the time looking at 16, which will be done later. But this is COVID funds being used to mitigate traffic issues within the Latrobe Highway 50 area, which I think is to avoid having the developers fund the infrastructure needed for their projects. So I kind of don't, I wish this would be looked into as a violation of Measure E. If the county's now making public funds available for developers to mitigate their traffic requirements mandated by law. And then the same thing with 24, I kind of disagree with Chris. I haven't looked into this project deeply to know who it's concerning, but now you're using tourist funds to pay for commercial building developer traffic fees. And then I guess in conclusion, I'm studying the Brown Act a little bit more. I haven't found the right citation, but I find it in the other jurisdictions where if there's a dissent on the consent calendar, it can't be a consent calendar item. So I'll be looking into that some more and filing it with the county. And good luck, Wendy, with your, that's really exciting to have a new member of the family. So good luck with all that. And that's it.
Thank you, Sue.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so bring it back to the board. Sarah, do you want to respond to any of the items on number 13 or just that we're going to be bringing it back and looking at it further? So what are your,
Yeah, I mean, I just request the board take into consideration staff's request before we start public comment that be continued off calendar. And it will come back if and when appropriate.
that was my thinking too. I am going to say on item 17, I had asked and I forgot to follow up. There was some funding in here that says to be determined, which caused me angst. And I did forget to follow. When we did agenda review a week ago, I asked about it. And then, sorry, Raphael, I forgot to follow up yesterday because yesterday was a weird day. And so I am going to pull item 17 for some clarity on that, what that is and what it isn't. Having 45% of the funding to be determined is a little weird, or sorry, unusual. Word choices, Lori. So anyhow, and there was nothing else on there really to respond to. I don't recall.
Chair,
Yeah.
I just want to make a comment on item 11.
Oh, yeah.
Item 11, yeah, the Human Rights Day, that's observed every year nationally
Yeah.
in honor of the United Nations proclamation in 1948. And I totally agree with Chris. You know, we need to address it every day. But in particular, proclamation just points to this point in time where we started this conversation at a national and international level. Just wanted to clarify
Yeah,
that.
thank you for that clarification. And I was thinking the same thing. A lot of our proclamations where we do something on an annual basis as a reminder, we live them throughout the year, but there's a designated day to celebrate it nationally. So thank you for that. I agree. Anything else then? Are we good? Okay, Kim, can you read us what we have?
Of course. Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Pull items 16 and 17 for discussion. Continue items 13 and 41 off calendar and make the clerical correction to item 31 to correct resolution number 177-2021 to 177-2022.
Very good. I think we got
With
everything
that, I will
right.
move the item.
Very good. I'm going to second it for time. Roll call vote, please, Kim.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, very good. So one of the first items we're going to do this morning, it's quite an honor to be able to have a proclamation in front of the board for somebody's great service at the county. So Kim, if you do item number 35, please.
Gladly. Item number 36 comes from Information Technology.
35, right?
35, sorry.
Yes.
35 comes from Information Technologies Department recommending the board, 1, recognize and acknowledge Leonard Lenny Vogt on his retirement from the County of El Dorado Department of Information and Technologies, and 2, approve and authorize the board chair to sign a proclamation recognizing Lenny Vogt's 10 years of service and dedication to El Dorado County.
And come on up.
Thank you very much. It is an honor today to be able to read the proclamation for Lenny. Proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado recognizes Leonard Lenny Vogt for his outstanding public service. Whereas Leonard Lenny Vogt began working as a department systems analyst for the Information Technology Department on August 25th of 2012. His first assignment was to help implement the Avatar system for the Behavioral Health Department. Whereas Lenny's hard work, personality, and the best work experience made the perfect candidate for supervising IT analyst position, he was promoted to supervising IT analyst position January 26th of 2013. Whereas Lenny has supervised the desktop support team through multiple system changes, including Adobe Cloud, Kronos, VDI, CARES, and M365. He encouraged his team to develop wiki articles and track support tickets for consistency, measurable support, and to seek opportunities for improvements. Whereas Lenny strived to put the customer first, understanding that information technology is a service department to the county. He loved to research, find solutions for desktop issues. He knew IT needed to understand the customer's needs to make the correct decisions for departments. Lenny leaves the county with equipment standards and a process in place for IT purchases. Whereas Lenny and his team have been key components of support for the county in emergency situations. Lenny and his team created over 50 desktop images, deployed over 900 devices, and set up over 15 conference rooms to support teleworking during COVID-19. Lenny and his team set up computers, printers, and evacuation centers for Caldor and the mosquito fires. Lenny noticed the Wi-Fi service needed improvements during the mosquito fire, escalated the issue to find the solution, proving his service to the public. Whereas Lenny is excited to start his retirement with his wife, Brenda, of 40 years. Lenny and Brenda plan on staying in their cabin in Outingdale on the Columbus River. Lenny is a proud father of Timmy, Lindsay, and Maggie. He is excited to see Tim take his music career to the next stage. Lindsay start her career with her master's in social work, and Maggie continue her career as a flight attendant. Where Lenny's goal for retirement is taking his fishing boat out with his friends and family. His fishing spots include the Tomatoes Bay, American River, and Mother Lakes. Lenny would love to see the Raiders win the Super Bowl. Now, therefore, to be it a proclamate that the Board of Supervisors and the County of El Dorado recognizes and commends Lenny Volt for his significant contributions to the county over the past 10 years. The board extends that appreciation to Lenny for his outstanding public service.
Thank you
Thank
for
you,
reading
Amanda.
them. Yeah, thank you. So this is an action item and I do need to get public comment. So Lenny, do you want to talk now or you want to get some comment first and then you can come on up and we'll, all right, let's do that. So let's go ahead. And then I like to wrap it up with the board. I think it's always a nice way to do it. So Kim, if you get some public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 35, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. The reason why I'm commenting on this is because I want to make sure everybody understands how important county service is. Lenny has done an exemplary job. His proclamation identifies that. I understand, I think it's 10 years. 10 years for anybody to be here working for the county for 10 years and have gone through all those evolutionary things related to this county, all the changes that have been made, especially in IT. I think he deserves, and especially at his position and all the special projects and stuff that he has worked on, to have that special recognition. So I totally agree, as being a former county employee of the county, that this is the type of people we want to keep. But he deserves the retirement, and Outingdale's a nice place to retire. Thanks. Bye.
Very good. Anyone else in the room? Oh, here comes Kira. And I'm glad you're going to say something, Kira. I'm very happy that you're here.
Kira Scharfenberg, clerk of the board office. Lenny, we love Lenny so much. He has helped us. He's always there for us. We have his cell phone number, texting and calling. He's always there. He's so good at what he does. And he's always cheerful and happy. And he's just a breath of fresh air when he comes in. And we have a joke that when he comes in, we just automatically applaud. And he always deserves it. So we're really sad to see you go, but very happy for you, and know that you'll be catching a lot of fish and having a great time with your family. Thanks, Lenny.
Surprise. Carla Haas, Communications Director. I don't know how familiar everybody is with the importance of the internet and all of that to what I do for my job on social media. And when I was redirected to the Office of Emergency Services during COVID years ago, I had to take my entire office here in the CAO's office and transform it and duplicate it in the sheriff's office. Lenny was the one who handled that. He was seamless in putting together everything that I needed to help inform the public and let everybody know what's going on, stay connected with everybody here in the government center. He exemplifies customer service, truly, in every way. Every single interaction I've had with him has been positive. I wish you every happiness in your retirement, Lenny. I hope you catch the biggest fish, but I'm going to probably be a spoiler alert and say that the Raiders probably don't have a chance at least this year. So congratulations.
Anyone else in the room? Okay.
Actually, I would just like to take a quick opportunity. I don't know what the board, myself, our office would have done when COVID hit without Lenny. Shortly after COVID hit, I can remember it was a Saturday morning. We were online trying to figure out how to stream to Facebook and YouTube, and he spent hours with me just troubleshooting. And I can text Lenny at 7 o'clock in the morning or 7 o'clock at night, and he responds. And I can't tell you how many times we've had an after hours committee or commission meeting, and we're experiencing an issue, and Lenny's there for us. I consider Lenny a great coworker, but also a friend. And he will be very, very missed.
Well said, Kim.
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Kaylee.
Good morning. This is Kaylee Runkle in the Clerk of the Board office, and I'm working from home today. So I just wanted to make sure that I let Lenny know how much I appreciate the support that he's given for getting the board set up to run the hybrid meetings. He helped with selecting the equipment and making sure that everything was up and running and getting me trained on how to use a number of equipment pieces to make sure that we can host meetings out in the communities. And just from day one, when I met you, Lenny, you were very supportive and always had a great attitude. And I appreciate it. And I'm going to miss you a lot. Enjoy your retirement.
Thanks, Kaylee. Is that it?
There's no additional public comment.
All right, very good. Now we're bringing it back to the board. And Lenny, do you want to say anything now, maybe?
Sure, yeah, it kind of sounds like a eulogy here. Oh,
it's a celebration.
It's been a pleasure serving you guys in the county. So my wife and my daughter are here.
Yep.
That's it. Thank you.
So I'll start online. You guys are on Zoom. I know it's harder to interact. Anything that you wanted to add?
Yeah, I'd just like to say congratulations, Lenny. You deserve all the time off and all the big fish you can find. And, you have been an incredible support to all of our offices and our clerks, and that shows in what you've just heard. But, in particular for the board, it's just been seamless. Gone through a pandemic, gone through fires, whatever, you've been there to help, support our offices and our constituents. And I just want to say thank you and enjoy your time.
Well said.
And I'll jump in here. Lenny, none of our work would be possible without what you and the IT department do. And so my colleagues have said it, but your work has been so instrumental in our ability to serve the residents of El Dorado County. And so we just extend our deep gratitude to you. IT has also been just a major focus for our county these last couple of years to not only help us deal with all of the disruptors, but to secure our county, which is critical in today's crazy world. So thank you for your dedication to our county. And we just wish you and Brenda all the best in this next chapter of your life. And just know we have just extreme gratitude for all that you've done for us.
Thank you.
Yeah, Lenny, thank you for all the work you have done for El Dorado County. You've been a big asset for our county, and I really appreciate all you've done. And when it comes to fishing, you know, I do a lot of fishing. Bunker Lake is really good. I don't know if you've ever been there. There's some big trout in Bunker Lake and McKinstry Lake. And also Gurley Creek Reservoir, the little stream that comes out of that. It's good fishing there. I caught a 22-inch brown out of that little stream that's not even probably about 15 or 20 inches wide. So it's amazing all the different areas and stuff. And Bunker Lake, you used to have to hike into it, but now there's a road into it. So anyway, good luck with your fishing. And thank you for everything you've done. And thank you for, you know, for everything you've done for El Dorado County. And I hope you have a great retirement.
Very good.
Melanie, I too want to express my appreciation for all your service to El Dorado County. You developed a reputation as the first 911 first responder from IT. And that is quite a reputation, because when we have difficulties, you were the go-to guy 99% of the time to help us resolve those issues. And that is much appreciated. I hope you've been able to transfer some of that knowledge to your colleagues so that that approach to that kind of service will continue in your absence. But we wish you the best in your retirement. Hopefully the fishing is great, great sunny days, great rainy days, because sometimes it's those weather changes that get them to strike. And that's what you're out there for, is the fun of catching a large fish. So congratulations. And I'm hopeful that you and your family really take the time to enjoy your retirement. So appreciate it.
Very good. And lastly, I just want to say, all I know is when things were going really crazy and we couldn't figure out how to fix something, it was call Lenny. So thank you, Lenny, for everything and for being there for us, and that gold standard of customer service. You exemplify that. So with that, I'd like to move this item as recommended by staff.
I'll second.
And Kim, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Hydal, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. And I'm guessing it would be like a photo op, because I have this lovely framed proclamation here.
Yeah.
Who wants to come? You guys want to all be in there?
Yeah, might as
Come
well.
on down.
Why not?
It kind of works out well when we have the screen in the background too, because even the online people get to be in the picture. Kim, you really need to come up here. You do. Yes.
Come on, Kim. Congratulations. All right.
Here, let me get you in the middle.
Yeah.
My wife and my daughter here too.
Come on,
Yeah,
they can be in the
family
middle.
round.
We
Yeah,
can do
let's
more than
have it
one
here.
photo
Yeah.
too, if you guys want to. One with.
That's the important. No.
Yeah.
You are the important. people.
Yeah.
We're expressing our appreciation for all you have done.
Oh. You want one?
All
just
right,
with your family
yes.
then, too? You guys want-
Congratulations. Lenny.
He's presenting that to him.
Yes.
Oh.
Just your.
Oh, sure.
We gotta frame this.
There you go. That's the official one right there.
Thank you so much. There you go. Enjoy. There you go. Yeah.
The support team, huh? All right.
I think I'll put my radar hat on.
Oh, sorry. Me and Scott can stand kind of behind you.
You gotta- It's all about the proclamation. Oh. The best photo bomb ever.
Good. Good.
All right. Thanks, man. These guys are rock right here.
Thank you, everyone.
Chair over by you. Should have. I know. I didn't know.
Big deal. All right, clearing out the room, getting everybody settled. There we go. So we're going to move on to our 9:30 items. Start with item number 38, Kim.
Item number 38 is a hearing. The board is asked to consider a request from the El Dorado Hills County Water District to adopt and authorize the chair to sign resolution 171-2022, revising development impact mitigation fees for the El Dorado Hills Fire Department. Supervisor Barlin, can you please open the public hearing?
I open the public hearing.
Hi, good morning. Sue Henneke with the Chief Administrative Office. As the board is aware, the development impact fees, these are fees that are levied on new development to help mitigate the impact of that development on facilities that are owned by public agencies that provide services in that area. So today we're here to talk about the El Dorado Hills County Water District, which is actually the El Dorado Hills Fire Department. This is just an annual inflationary fee. Their fee was originally adopted several years ago based on a Nexus study. In 1920 and 2021, for each of those fiscal years, we've done an inflationary increase. For the current year, it is 14.096%, and that increase is based on the change in the construction cost index from June to June. So that's why that number is fairly large this year. So if the board approves the increase today, the fees will become effective 60 days following the date of the resolution.
Okay.
Questions?
Anyone questions on the board? Pretty straightforward.
I just have some comments for later.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. Okay, with that, then we'll get some public comment, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 38. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There is no public comment.
All right, with that, I will close the public hearing. I always try to remember to do that and bring it back to the board. And Supervisor Hydall, you said you had something to start us off.
Yeah, obviously the 14% is something that hits all of us as, wow, that's big for a year. As a board, we struggle with how do we make affordable housing possible in this county? And every time we increase these fees, development fees and stuff, we're making that more and more difficult. So, but there is a cost of service, and I don't think anyone wants to see a reduction in that service level. So we have to continue to review judiciously and approve these fees, in my opinion, but it is contrary to what our overall objectives are. And so I keep looking for where's the alternative to find ways of maintaining affordability given SACOG slowdown, arena numbers, and other things that we're supposed to comply with. And it just becomes almost an impossible task. We keep trying, but it becomes extremely difficult when you have high inflationary periods, which we're entering into and have seen, to try to keep up with things because people's incomes are not going up 14% a year, at least not anybody I know, maybe some, but it's hard to believe because typically you're seeing 3 to 5% at best. So this makes it difficult for everyone. So I just wanted to express the fact that the board is aware of that. We don't arbitrarily just approve these things, but I think we also recognize that public safety and service is one of the key parameters that this county is known for, and we have to continue that. So.
Yeah,
Well said.
and I agree with you, John. There's a lot of stuff that's going on and a lot of stuff that increases and stuff, but also the fire department's been hit with high insurance rates just recently. And it's very, very critical for our county, especially, insurance to be able to even support these fire departments. So it's a very critical issue. And I totally understand where you're coming from on this.
All right, any other board questions, comments?
With that, I'll move the item.
Very good. Okay, roll call vote, please, Kim.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes. 5-0.
5-0. Very good. Thank you for that. Thank you, Sue. Okay, we'll move on to our next item. We get to talk trash. I'm very excited. So item number 39, Kim.
Item number 39 is a hearing from Environmental Management Department recommending the board receive a presentation by the El Dorado Disposal on organic service for residential organic green waste food and consider the following. One, find that $3.07 organic service rate fee per month per home be added to customers in franchise area A, that the material recovery facility self-haul organics rate be increased from $15 to $20.88 per cubic yard and the overweight charge for the organics roll-off debris boxes increased from $53.19 to $120.84 per ton. Two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adjusting the material recovery facility self-haul organics gate rates from $15 to $20.88. And three, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adjusting the residential customer collection rates for El Dorado Disposal Areas A by an additional $3.07 a month for every other week curbside organic service, and the overnight charge for organics roll-off debris boxes increased from $53.19 to $120.84 per ton.
And with that, I will open the public hearing.
Good morning, board. You stole my line. I was going to open up with that. We get to talk trash.
Yeah, I know. I took the wind out of here. Sorry. I just couldn't help
You don't have to
myself.
come back for that?
That's all right.
You should have had
Work on
a,
it.
you should
Work
have
on
had a
it.
second one ready.
Yeah.
I should have. I just didn't know if it was going to be talking about the fire first or trash. So I didn't know what they were doing
So
with that.
we got to coordinate better next time.
But
Jeff.
thank you very much for the introduction on that one. Jeff Warren, your Director for Environmental Management. As Madam Clerk mentioned, this is a very lengthy, wordy item, but it's a direct result between 1383 of the rates that are being proposed by El Dorado Disposal. Just to kind of give you a brief history rundown of what we've done to date with in regards to 1383. In February of this year, Environmental Management along with the county filed a notice of intent to comply with the state for the requirements set forth in 1383. In August of this year, Ordinance 5164 was passed, which establishes the guidelines and the requirements for the county, the haulers, the generators to be in compliance with 1383. In November, we amended the franchise agreement for the sixth time to do two things. One, to extend the term of the MRF completion, but also to incorporate the requirements from the franchise hauler into the ordinance to act on our behalf, as far as including the education and outreach, the monitoring of trash being collected and looking for the violations of commingling. And with that, we sent a letter to our franchise hauler, El Dorado Disposal, requesting the additional services that were required with 1383. And as a result of that, they've come back with the rate of $3.07 per customer added onto their bill. And then the MRF rate increase from $15 to $20.88 per cubic yard. And the overweight charge for roll-off containers from $53.19 to $120.84 per ton. There, to kind of go a little bit more detail on that one, that is not a charge that everyone will get if you rent a roll-off dumpster and abide by the weight rules of what's set forth on that. There is no additional charge. This is more of a penalty charge, much like if you self-haul to the MRF and your load is uncovered, unsecured, there's a penalty for that. So this is if you abuse the dumpster, you fill it full of bricks versus halfway full of bricks, that's where that charge would be, and it's weighted by the ton. So it's kind of a little explanation about that one. So per the franchise agreement and the rate setting manual, we've reviewed their documentation, the methodology. We found no deficiencies in that. Therefore, we recommend that the board consider the rate increase to be in compliance with 1383 and the county ordinance. And with that, I will turn it over to Jeff England, who will be going over the presentation, the organic side of their program, of how they're going to implement it, and along with the other rate information.
Jeff, could we ask you to just give us a little history on 1383 state mandate passed a couple of years ago being implemented, just kind of that.
Right, the state mandate.
Or maybe Jeff's going to do that? Okay, we got it. Thank you.
And then
Great.
we'll probably ask clarifying information on it.
Yeah.
Probably
Yep.
after that.
We'll open up for the presentation so that way they can explain the history of 1383, why it's required, and what they plan to do, and some more information and graphics on it.
Excellent.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure. So I think we have a presentation. We're going to pull that up, or are we just going to reference it?
It's there on Legistar.
Yeah, I wasn't provided the PowerPoint slide.
It's okay. We can just reference it if you like. If you can't pull it up, there's some pictures in there that might help explain some things.
Yeah.
I couldn't find the presentation on Legistar. Maybe you found something. Maybe it's just labeled differently. Is it labeled differently? I didn't see one that said presentation. That's what I was looking for.
It's in the agenda.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, there
That's
you
it.
found it. It's
It's
attachment
F. It
F.
just doesn't have the word presentation with it, which oftentimes it does on Legistar. So thank you.
That's a good point.
Okay, well, thank you first and foremost for the opportunity to present here with you all this morning. My name is Ross Rieksecker. Obviously, you know Jeff England very well. We work together at El Dorado Disposal. So I think over the next year or so, as he nears his retirement, you'll probably see a little less of him and a little more of me if all goes as planned. So I'll be doing this presentation this morning. It's designed to give you a little bit of background information on 1383 and just provide some clarifying info on kind of the whole process. Okay, perfect. You'll just scan for me. Perfect. I'll just maybe look over at you when I'm ready. So 1383, as we kind of mentioned, it is a state mandate. It went into effect as of January 1st, 2022. Basically, participation is not optional in a state mandate. There is waivers in parts of the county for low population that prevent people from having to participate. But pretty much all the dense areas are not low population in El Dorado County, so they are included in the mandate. The goal of SB 13.
Ross? Is it Ross? Did I
Yes,
get that
yes,
right?
ma'am.
I would, on things like this, put unfunded state mandate. The state did this to us as a mandate and they didn't give us any money. And that's why the burden is being put on your customers. And I think that that's a very fair thing to do forevermore, for your reference, unfunded state mandate.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Thank you for the recommendation. So the goal is to reduce short-lived climate pollutants in California. This basically requires the state to reduce organic waste by 75% in 2025, which is a big number. It's more than 20 million tons annually. So those are things that all end up in the garbage right now. It requires 20% of currently disposed edible food to be captured and recovered for human consumption. Not really a part that we play, but a part that, you know, we're trying to teamwork, and that's a huge part of 1383 as well. 1383 has significant policy and legal implications, as we've probably already understood most, for state and local governments. So if you look at this next slide, there's a few pictures. And in a sense, I just wanted to basically take you from here to there in a sense. So if you look at the upper left picture, it's a picture of a landfill. That loader on the top is probably, 12, 14 feet tall. So it's to scale, that's quite the pile of garbage. We'll call it that. If you look at the picture to the right, this is an organics facility. So you can see obviously food there in the foreground. And as you look towards the background, you kind of have a nice dirt looking material. So that's kind of what we need to shift to with 1383. If you look at the bottom picture, that is an actual picture of where we take organic waste currently. And it's kind of a rapid compost method where they put them in those piles and they inject air up underneath it to just increase the speed of the composting. And in a sense, that's good material to send back to the community and to be good compost. If you look at this next picture, this is something we created to educate our customers. If you look at all these pictures here, I know it's a little hard to read the text here, but if you look at all these pictures, a lot of these things are in the garbage currently or have been in the garbage currently. And the idea is shifting from that garbage container over to the green waste container. So if you see those pictures, it's everything from, plate scrapings of what you don't eat, maybe some clippings when you're prepping food, all the way to paper products that food comes in. I think that's the big paradigm shift with organics, is now we can put, napkins, we can put wax paper containers in there, pizza boxes, all those things are now
going from the garbage into the green waste container, so they can be part of that composting process. That we also include green compostable bags in that picture, and that's kind of our method to combat the ick factor out there. And when you think about throwing food waste in your green waste container and then letting it sit there, it's almost a chemistry experiment where it gets really nasty in terms of smell, looking, insects, pests, those sort of things. So we've tested, we've done surveys with our customers and found that these green BPI bags are great because you can seal the stuff and it's sealed until service day, and then that material can still be composted like the rest of the food waste.
So Ross, I have a couple of questions.
Please.
I see, it talks about seafood and shellfish. Shrimp comes with a little container on it. Eat the part that's edible. Should the remaining tail piece go into this?
Yes.
And likewise, if you're cleaning fish, like Lenny does a lot of,
yes,
should those fish guts go into it? Because to me, that's composting material.
Yes.
Likewise, any waterfowl, wild turkey, whatever, all of those internal organs and everything else should be going into this waste stream. Is that correct? The organic stream.
Yeah, I was going to say, yes, I was a little perplexed on the organ comment because I'm pretty sure, but I don't know if I've been asked that. Shells, meat, bones, yes, to all that.
Okay.
And then, if you think about like a bone breaking down, right?
Right.
It takes time. A lot of this material
steak, when the steak bone is left,
Yeah.
you throw that in there too, right?
Exactly. And a lot of this material will be grinded thoroughly
Okay,
before
so anything that comes from animals or vegetation that's waste, it's not usable, that should go in there as opposed to the normal trash.
Yeah, we just have to, when we get to that hazardous waste,
Right,
medical
right.
wast,
Understand.
excrement, things like that, that's where we got to be
That's
careful
the
with.
exception, yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Okay, thank you. That's what my interpretation was, but I never saw a clear enough picture that knew those things should be going in there as well. So,
Yeah.
all right.
So unless there's any more questions on this, we can scroll to the next slide here. Part of how we learned what to do for 1383 is directly asking our customers and our residents out there. And so at the beginning of 2022, we kicked off a bunch of surveys that had a number of questions in them, and some of them were 14, 20 pages long. So to include all that in here, it would probably bog you down a little bit. So I tried to summarize all this. And our our last survey ended up with, here's the rates for the service. And there's two options to basically be in compliance. We can do the weekly service where we have to add trucks, containers, routes, drivers. We call it the high cost method because it's adding things that aren't currently there. Or we have the every other week service, which basically allows us to capitalize on a service that's there. We're only shifting what we put in the container. So for the most part, most people have green waste. The truck's already picking it up. And so we assume that only certain people will add the service. And then we talk disposal and things like that increase those costs. So if you look at these numbers here, we got a really good participation rate throughout the county. And this was done in Placerville, Cameron Park, and El Dorado Hills. We had over 4,000 people participate in our survey. Basically, we had this spread of kind of 2/3 in all three of those areas consistently opting for the every other week service. And I think a lot of it had to do with cost, obviously. But I think that the important piece to know here is it's a good place to start because it is low cost. In the future, if things get worse or need change, it allows us to expand. And in a sense, we can move forward. It's hard to go backwards. So it was interesting to find consistent results across the county, as you see before you here.
Well, we're not achieving the goals, obviously, yet. So as the program gets implemented, we have to keep emphasizing that we have a goal that we need to, it's like diversion, right? We need to make sure that we're compliant. And if people just say, I'm not going to participate, then that doesn't get us there. And we're subject to whatever penalties might be imposed as a result of that. So I think people need to understand if penalties come in as a result of not complying with this, that's taxpayer dollars that we're going to end up sending to the state or somebody else for fines that are imposed because people are not complying. So it's one of those very difficult things to accept. It's mandatory. And for those people who choose to want to opt out, it's going to cost all of us, ultimately, it could cost all of us money in the form of fines. So this is one of those tough things to accept, but it's the way the legislation was assembled. So I don't know how to work around it. Maybe David's got an answer to that, short of changing the legislation, but I think this is a compliance issue and we need to help the residents understand that if we don't comply, we're going to have to spend monies in all likelihood to pay for our non-compliance. I don't want to see that happen.
Yeah, I don't either. And there's a number of things we'll play a part in with that. Similar to our recycle program, we have those hang tags that we can, our drivers can communicate with our customers if they're doing something wrong or they need to change or to help them. And there's a lot of pictures and boxes to check and notes they can place. So that'll be a big help. And yeah, I mean, we have a team that we'll be sending out to lid flip and put eyes on the ground. And that's required by 1383, believe it or not. So we'll be doing that.
Thank you.
I got a question on that and stuff. When you're talking about the rural area, you say that they wouldn't qualify on that, especially like in District 2, which is mostly rural, is what it is, especially the people who live in Somerset or Mount Auckham, Grizzly Flat. Are they going to have to be required to do this?
No, so a lot of those areas are actually exempt through the population waiver. So it's, if you look at area A, kind of the 50 corridor is your big mandatory area.
Right.
If you kind of draw a line right up the middle of the county through Georgetown, the northwest part is the only kind of rural area that did not get the low population waiver. And those are the people who will be on the self-haul program. So for the most part, the mandatory stuff is all around the highway.
Yeah, so all these populated areas and stuff like that. So how do you know how much waste it has to be put into each can? How much waste is generated by that household? It might be very little at all. So how can you judge and find somebody if there's very little?
That is a big challenge. And you got to think too, because, garbage is put in bags and sealed.
Right.
We're not going to be out cutting bags and breaking them open. At some point, we will have to do composition studies at the transfer station. And that's where you dump a load out, you spread it out, and you get in the nitty gritty and you sample and you do math to, make some assumptions. But, the way the legislation is written is, we're in the experimental, not experimental, but we're in the learning phase, the education phase. So fines aren't going to kick in for a couple of years. But it's important for us to build those good habits from the beginning with the education and outreach.
Yeah, I really don't care too much for mandates, especially these bureaucrats that put pressure on our county and we have to follow these guidelines. And it's not fair like you guys, because you guys have to follow those guidelines, but it's also not fair to the residents either. So it just upsets me to no end, especially when they have no idea what it's even like to even live in a rural area at all. Some of these people that make these laws. So,
well, and he opened the door. I'm going to build on that really quick. And Jeff Warren knows this. He and I are the county's representatives on the ESJPA, the Environmental Services JPA. It's in our CRC group. And those RCRC representatives have been trying to get the state to understand that if they had just started with, I think it was, I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but let's say the 10 of the largest jurisdictions in the state, the high density, LA County, they probably would have met 80% of these greenhouse goals that they were aiming for. And we tried to get the state to say, look, start with those first, see how it goes, and then expand from there. But they wouldn't do it. So it is mind-numbing trying to deal with the state to get them to understand the differences between the really high density urban large areas and how it's different providing services there than the rural areas. And I will say that we tried really hard to let them to ask them to give us a break and start off most bang for their buck. It would have been smart. So yeah, I agree with Supervisor Turnbow and Heidel. This is really frustrating that we're having to implement this. The numbers aren't really going to add up. It's just, yeah, frustrating.
So Ross, is there a map that shows the exempt areas? Is there a website people can go to and enter their address to determine that they're not subject to this because of those kind of exemptions? Because I think that's important if we haven't put that together, because no matter where you live, you want to know, are you inside the boundary or outside the boundary? And there's always going to be those people on the boundary But if there's a website or some reference that they can go to determine they're in or they're out from an exemption perspective, I think that would help all of us understand where this really applies and where there's exemptions across our county.
Yeah, there is a map.
Okay.
If I don't know if there's an actual address database you can put your address in. No, I think that's in works.
Okay.
And Mr. Turnbull, I would kind of agree. It puts us in a very challenging spot trying to, what you said, the borders and trying to understand with thousands of customers how to do it the right way. Right. It's challenging to say the least.
It's really frustrating to me. I mean, all these mandates that are coming down that the state implements, it's just wrong. And you know what happens with these people that live in the urban areas and stuff, and they don't collect enough trash. Let's say if they're not home for 2 weeks, are they going to get fined for it? Are they going to have to borrow trash or from other neighbors or something to make sure that they fulfill the requirements? To me, it's just, it doesn't make any sense to me. It really doesn't. And Jeff, it's frustrating for you guys. It really is. Because then now you got to hire somebody else to be able to run this thing.
Well, when you start with
Please come up to, yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Podium. Yeah.
No, that's okay. One, a note of caution. Cal Recycle is probably listening right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
They know.
Which is fine, but we deal with them on a regular basis as Mr. Warren does. And El Dorado Disposal certainly doesn't disagree. Nobody enjoys an unfunded mandate and having to layer in. And the county situation is especially challenging because of the non-mandatory nature of the trash. We really have a more complex situation with the county. We've got El Dorado Hills, Cameron Park, and Placerville actively participating and doing well. And we are seeing more organics mixed in with the green waste. This also enables livestock manure being able to be brought in and processed as compost rather than trash at the transfer station. So there are some small advantages and things that are helpful here, but we can't dispute the point. We can't do this for free. And unfortunately, it impacts the folks that as a requirement that there's just, as you said, there's just not a workaround that we've identified there. I think the county's done its best to try to mitigate the impact on the most people possible by taking the approach that they have. And I'm hopeful that the self-haul opportunity will satisfy Cal Recycle and enable people to be compliant that do haul green waste, manure, and food waste to the transfer station as well.
Follow-up question on that,
Yes.
actually, Jeff, is so I got the postcard in the mail, with this about the hearing and the rates and everything.
Right.
But then I started to think about it. So the folks that are self-haulers that aren't your customers, right?
Right.
Were they given a notice or is
So-
it? Yeah.
So when we have a county rate presentation, same as occurs on the annual in the summertime, the county environmental department posts a public notice through the Mountain Democrat and the various publications to get the word out because we don't have a way to reach non-customers.
That's what I was
So the
wondering
answer is
about.
it's a good question, but that's how we teamwork the messaging and try to get it out there to everyone.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sure.
Yeah. Anything else?
I think Ross has more presentation, huh? Just a couple.
Go ahead.
Thank you for making a very brief, succinct presentation, by the way. It was really easy to,
Well, that was the goal. I'm glad because there's a number of presentations we've created from long, and this is kind of the evolved high point one. So I'm glad it's represented as such. If we go to the next slide here, this is just a breakdown of the rate change. So if we were to adapt a weekly service, obviously, kind of as I mentioned before, adding a truck, adding a driver, it's adding a lot of things that are very expensive, which end up at that $9.55 a home rate. I think the recommendation is obviously to move with the 307 every other week service. And then if you look at the pros and cons of both those rates, the con of going every other week kind of is the ick factor, the stuff getting nasty. We found there's ways to mitigate that. And I think if you follow those tips, those tricks, you can really make it not so bad. I know I've done it myself. So, it's important for me to see what it's like. But yeah, I mean, it's, obviously adding services trucks, drivers is very expensive. And so it's a good place to start with an every other week service where we can learn. And if we need to, it's expandable in the future.
Would you just mention what the easiest mitigation approaches are to the ick factors? We've had discussions on that in the past, but for people who have just tuned in for this, can you explain to us what those simple things to do are?
Yeah, so mixing and layering with green waste is probably one of the best. I know at times there's not a whole lot of green waste, so if you can make a little pile of leaves in the corner to kind of use, that helps. I think the bags are by far the best because it's plastic-like, but it must be the BPI green compostable bag. You can get them on Amazon. They're fairly inexpensive. Those give you the ability to seal the stuff and contain it until it goes elsewhere where it's broken apart. So that's a big mitigator. Freezing your food waste before service day is an option. I feel like you probably don't have a lot of extra freezer space. So that can be challenging, but that is something CalRecycle recommends. You can wrap stuff in newspaper, which helps. I'd say those are probably the top things you can do to mitigate the ick factor.
Because I found the shredded paper, we all have shredders at home and stuff, throwing that in obviously and kind of layering it like you talked about does help.
Soak it up.
It helps knock it down, absorbs it, and it tends to knock down the odor a little bit. So
yeah, and I've even found a nice maggot pile coming out of my can at one point, and you can use bleach water, put it in a spray bottle, 50-50 mix, and that pretty much knocks that out in about a day, even though it's tough to look at for that day.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. So this is just a quick breakdown of the changes to the transfer station. The current green waste rate is $15 cubic yard, as Mr. Warren said, and it'd be moving to $20.88 per cubic yard. I think the big thing to take note of is that livestock manure. It's that can come in by the truckload at the transfer station, and typically it has to go straight to the garbage. So that's a big diversion benefit with 1383. And then the roll-off debris overweight rate moving from 5111 to 120.84 per ton. As Mr. Warren mentioned, this is more of a penalty if you put too much things in there. We do a pretty involved process of educating our customers what can go in. We're asking what type of material they're disposing of, so we can maybe provide a little coaching on how things weigh and how things stack up in the box and what the outcomes can be. We have a pretty significant roll-off agreement that runs through a number of these as well that every customer signs. So it's not something we want somebody to get to in an overweight charge. It can put us in a tough situation too with safety, with illegal weights on the roads and things like that with commercial vehicles. So I think Mr. Warren did a great job of explaining it's not something that is just charged. It's more of, if we get a box and weigh it and it's over that limit, and the limits are there for, safety and legal reasons.
is there an opportunity for county residents to get that composted waste from some source within the county? Isn't it all going out of county for the most part? And we don't get the ability to use it in our gardens, to use it for natural fertilizers, to reduce the cost maybe ultimately, right?
As of right now, it does go out of the county. The composter does sell that material at a pretty low rate, but yeah, getting it back is something we're still working on.
Okay.
CalRecycle or 1383 requires jurisdictions to take back that compostable material. And there's some things they're working out still there, how much tonnage each jurisdiction will be required to take. And then we're forward thinking of maybe at some point, if we're taking stuff there, we should have the ability to bring it back and inject it in the community in some form or fashion. So those things are in the works.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Very good. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Is that facilities where?
It's in Yolo County.
Yolo County. Yep. And then is there any talk about you guys doing your own organic composting, whatever, any of those things? I know they're expensive.
Not not on site. Space is a big limiter where we are currently in El Dorado County. I know, there's a number of grants out there for these facilities. We're looking at some of our other locations for some efficiencies. It's hard to say right now what will open in the future, but I know a number of current green waste facilities are working towards permitting for food waste and the composting process. So as of right now, it is kind of is what it is, but I think over time we'll see more of those come available and provide some more resources, more options, maybe more efficiencies.
That makes sense.
You know, one of the things that I want to talk about is livestock manure. Is it going to impact a lot of the big ranches and stuff around? Are they going to have to gather that manure?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
As far as the larger ranches there is an opportunity to help with their stormwater, which has become more problematic, especially for the bigger ones. And we know that the state is keeping an eye on that. And so this does present an opportunity to get rid of livestock manure and then have it recycled there, George. But excuse me. But like I said, if people have brought it to the gate currently, we've had to trash it. We haven't had this ability. Now with this and where we're taking the material, which ideally is a 10 to 20% food waste and manure mix with a clean green waste, that's ideal for our composter. And so we're happy to be able to bring the livestock manure in now and not have to trash it. We think that that'll be helpful. And may improve the diversion.
Yeah, and one of the things that, if you remember, when I was on the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, we talked about industrial composting.
Right.
And bring it, and they have digesters and stuff that actually, it's not just the trash, it's everything.
Right.
That they can digest in this thing. And this is something I think we need to look at. Also, we need to look at remine and union mine. I talked about that several times, about extracting the methane gas to be able to produce electricity. I know Jeff was saying, we were looking at it, and there's probably not enough to be able to do that. But if you induce steam, it's very possible that we could get that increase, and maybe that'll reduce our methane fuel that we have to burn off at Union Mine. So anyway,
we're very happy to engage in conversations that relate to a long-term plan for the county to be able to internalize their organics.
Yeah,
very much so.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
Back to Ross. All right.
Okay.
Sorry for the interruptions, but this is
No,
important
it's
stuff.
I think it's good. It's these, it's complicated. If you look at the first bullet there, our implementation date is the first of the year in 2023 for the new organics plan here. We do a lot of education and outreach up to that date. So what we've done in the past, which we will do for this area as well, is we created a trifold educational brochure. The picture you saw of all those materials that are allowed is just one piece of that. So that gets sent to every one of our customers. We do call blasts to those customers to remind them that things are changing, to remind them to make sure you're looking in the mail for the pamphlet. And we do email blasts as well with a number of things that are similar to that. So we're trying to hit our customers at every angle, just to hope they see some of it. The tough part is, we can do all this and there's still people that are going to miss the mailer, or, send it to the recycling on accident, or, you name it. So with that, we have a tool on our website, and the website has tons of information as well that you can learn all these things. So it's a great place to go for resources. But we also have something on there called the Waste Wizard, where, there's so many things out there that people dispose of. And there's, no matter how experienced you are, you're always going to come across something that you're confused, whether it goes in the garbage, the recycle, or organics, or you name it. And so the Waste Wizard is something that we constantly work on to build and develop, where you can type a material in there and it should tell you what can to put it in. Now, there's obviously a lot of things, so not everything is in there, but when we get customers calling in with those types of questions, that's a great indicator for us to add them to that. So it's kind of a revolving process of getting more information into that website. So people don't have to call in to answer that question. They can get it quicker and faster by just going to the website and accessing that information. We also, we're trying to get in the community every possible way we can. So, at most community events, whether it's in El Dorado Hills or Placerville, you'll see us. We have a great educational booth with our sustainability team, which consists of two lady sustainability coordinators. And then we have a sustainability project manager, which we recently added on about 3 or 4 months ago. So this is kind of our team we're building up to help with these things as well, and to get more more people out there as resources for our residents. And with that, the last slide just says questions. So if you got some more.
Which there are
Please
more.
do.
I'm just checking in with our online supervisors because I know we had some technical glitches too. You guys doing good? Questions? Looking for Zoom hands? Anything?
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
And I had questions, but they have been answered, and really appreciate everyone's dialogue. Thank you so
Perfect.
much.
And then Supervisor Heidel, did you have any more?
No, I want to hear public comment.
And
and
then
maybe
we'll-
something.
and then we'll
me
bring
too.
it back.
And
We'll
bring it
have
back.
more after public comment,
Yeah.
probably. To be ready for that.
Now taking public comment on item number 39. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Lars Knutson, Pollock Pines, District 5. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
And there, the best word I put was hope, because I have a lot of hope. What are we doing? George, what are we doing? I'm Norwegian. But the Swedes, nearly all Sweden's non-recycled waste is burned to generate electricity and heat. It is a method that which, while emitting CO2, is far better for the climate that Jesus Christ created than sending garbage to the landfills. Why don't we get agents to go out and arrest people that are littering? Because there's $1,000 a fine. We can make billions of dollars. Oh my. Get back to the point. For the climate than sending garbage to the landfills, according to the Swedish government and the proponents of waste to energy technology. Maybe that's something we can bring to Colorado County. How Sweden sends just 1%. And I love God. I love God because he is the one. It says it sends just 1% of its trash to the landfills. And you know me, guys, it's all about him. And I ask God to bless you guys, to give you wisdom, to bring solutions to these problems that the Psalm 2 guys keep throwing in our face. And I just laugh because God laughs, I laugh. Don, I want to say thank you for your service, and may God continue to bless you and prosper you and use you, King David, you too. And anyway, that's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Thank you, Lars.
Thanks,
Lars. Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, 856 Tombstone Court. It's I'm at the end of Patterson, so I'm at the end in the rural 5-acre, 10-acre area. And I know right now that my garbage goes to Deer Park Estates area, which is a neighborhood. And so every Monday, all this garbage goes out there, all the cans are set. And I've said before, there's very little room for those garbage cans. And sometimes there's just not enough room for it to be picked up. If it's recycle day, then there's recycle as well as regular garbage all there lined up, and it takes more room. I assume we're going to do this on a alternating week, so it wouldn't be there with the recycle. SB 1385, an unfunded liability, another one of those state unfunded liabilities. I would not have filed the intent to comply. I'm sorry if we're going to stick by our guns. I believe that the rural county representative of California most likely discussed this and talked about it. And I assume they didn't go along with it. I have to assume that, different from CSAC.
Waiver and exemptions. I did go in there and I saw Cal Recycle has waiver and exemptions, and you can put an application in for that. And so that's available. Animal attraction. I saw my first bear container that was in my neighborhood there. And it was a bigger can. And I thought, whoa, what's that? So I got up to it and, looked at it, and it was a bear container. So are we going to use bear containers in order to be able to keep the animals from getting in there? Because they're going to come, obviously, if it's available. Neighborhood nuisance, smell. Some people are not going to clean their cans out. And so obviously there's a potential for smell. Also on a weekly basis, there might be something in there that'll attract nuisances, but also smell to the neighborhood. There's a house right there adjacent to where we put our garbage. Let's see, population waiver. I would hope that there's something that can happen for population waiver from me. Container size. I think I have right now a small one. I'm a senior citizen, and so therefore I get lower rates, but I have a smaller can. So I assume I'll get a smaller can because I can't handle a large one. And then use vegetable oil. It's the number one thing that I have trouble at home with. What do I do with my used vegetable oil? Because it's liquidy and makes a mess. Thank you very much for this time.
This subject makes me laugh, especially when I have to try to explain to my 80-year-old neighbor what the heck all this means. I compost, right? So, I already do that. Like half the time my garbage can is half empty when I put it out there. Fun fact, I know a lot of people don't think I'm very smart, whatever. I read a lot though, because I can read. Yami Park wrote a book called In Order to Live. And in the book, she talks about how in North Korea, she escaped North Korea, and they had a quota for their human waste. They had to give to the dear leader 220 pounds of human waste because, they're cut off from the world, so they don't have access to fertilizer. Therefore, they use human waste. So if you don't meet that quota, then you get in trouble, right? So you have to watch your poop and make sure that people don't steal your poop, because that happens. She wrote about this in the book, and if you had teachers in Korea, I know you look annoyed, but I'm getting to my point. If you had teachers, you would give your teacher some of your poo because they'd give you that much better grade. So the Cal Recycle is probably a communist organization, just like our state. So it's kind of funny. It reminds me of something my dad had said about creating jobs, local contracts, and then the Democratic officials can skim off the top of the contracts. And then come Christmas time, the local unions, their bosses can get their Christmas envelope, along with a fruit pie. So I think it's funny though, because we're doing more trips, which is more wear and tear on my street. My street's already a river. You should see it right now. So we got more wear and tear, these big trips, more CO2s coming out of these big trucks. So we're creating more problems to alleviate this problem. Another $36 a year for garbage, when it is so confusing. I mean, have you looked at this brochure? Seriously, it's so confusing. I literally am just to the point where I'm like, funk it. I'm just going to put it all in one bag and throw it in the trash. I don't care. I mean, this is such a joke, but really stop $2-ing us, $3-ing us to death. I watched you guys just raise it, last year, $10. So that was $10 every 2 months. Well, to my neighbor who's, on Social Security, that's a lot of money. That could be her gas money. So now we're going to do another $3, and next year it's going to be something else.
Thank you, Mandy. Anyone else in the room? Let's go, Carol. Come on. Anyone going after Carol? Get ready. Come on, Laurel. Get primed up here. Move up front. Let's go.
Carol Lewis, I'm going to speak to George's question. I live on acreage. I compost. I do not use El Dorado disposal. At the end of our road, we're already full of containers. Every time they pick it up, we don't have any more room. My neighbor has a green waste container that has never been used. So if I have any meat byproduct left over from any meal, I usually set it out I have a family of raccoons and a family of skunks, so I give it to them. So I have very little waste, and to be pulled into areas like Cameron Park and El Dorado Hills, I think would be a terrible thing for the people who own acreage and recycle a lot of the stuff that we produce on the property. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Good morning Supervisors. Laurel Brempam, El Dorado County Chamber, also representing El Dorado Hills Chamber this morning. I want to congratulate the county staff as well as El Dorado Disposal for finding the lowest impact possible for an unfunded mandate. Nobody's a bad guy here except for the folks that came up with this brilliant plan. So we're forced to find a way to make that happen, and to assume that that our waste disposal companies should absorb a cost for this is unfair. So I just on behalf of El Dorado Hills Chamber and the El Dorado County Chamber, and when I come and stand at the podium, or when Debbie Manning comes and stands at the podium, you see one person. But please remember that when we speak, we are speaking for hundreds and hundreds of member businesses in our organizations. So we're here to be their voice for you. So thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Anyone else in the room? Okay.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Cecily. Can you please unmute yourself?
Oh, thank you for the reminder about the unmute. This is Steve Seeley from Shingle Springs, California. We compost all of our waste, and on acreage, a green waste can doesn't cut the mustard. So we always chip, burn, or take truckloads to the transfer station. But if rates keep going up, we're probably going to end up burning pretty much most everything, and that's going to end up increasing the air pollution. So we got to slow down on keeping these rates keep going up. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Can you start my time over as to the, okay, thank you. So to me, this is just a slow test on rural communities and how compliant we can be to government regulations. And this thing where you keep saying, oh, we're forced, they've got a gun to our head. I hear this over and over and over. And this is just, this is a time to say no. I'm actually headed to Georgetown right now, and I can't wait to tell them what you guys are implementing today. If the state mandated it, why are we not requesting the funds from the state to pay for this program as mandated by law? You keep saying they're mandating this on us, but they also have a mandate to pay for it. So first off, they're violating the law first. So we should not be adhering to this because they are not adhering to the law. Why are you complying? And then what is a resident that does not use the green waste program and dispose of his own waste? Like someone said before, our family didn't use the waste service for 20 years. Are we going to go back to that because we don't want to be, and there will be more burning, and there will be more trash going into the, different areas of the county. And because this is just ludicrous of how anybody can even physically comply with this. Sustainability is a word right out of Agenda 21 plan book for globalization. I mean, and so every time I hear we're following the sustainability project for this, that's a non-word. That's it. Go to the book. It's basically everything they want in the book is sustainable. This is also a soft law. It's a test to see. They said they're not going to be fining us for years. So it's basically a test to see how compliant we will be, and then they will turn it into the fines. So basically, you're turning trash vendors into despopos for the county. Wait, that's not right. Trash vendors are being turned into reporting agents to the county. And the county's going along with this. The whole point here is if you approve this, you're complying. You're complying with a illegal mandate on our county. And I would go back to your rural communities group and you need to be a force. That's why you guys are working together, and just say no. For once in your lives, tell the state no. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good morning, everybody. Kelly Nalavaya, El Dorado Hills Central Committee, and a bunch of other things. I'm not going to take up a whole lot of your time because I completely concur and know that many people within our groups concur with what Sue Taylor just shared. It's time to just say no. I think this is not applicable to rural counties especially, and they are not taking into consideration our types of land use and home use within our communities involving different types of disposables that we are using daily, and also again the rodent and the animal dangers and inconveniences. I am in El Dorado Hills and I am already seeing an increase. We have had now a raccoon that actually bit our cat. And so that ended up costing us $1,500 at the vet to deal with a raccoon. And we have never had a raccoon approach our property. We've also seen an increase in skunks. So I'm with Mandy Rodriguez, which, by the way, Mandy, you are very smart. Anybody who doesn't think that is absolutely losing their mind. You are a force. And our county thanks you for your voice and Sue Taylor's voice, and we look forward to being more voices in the county to echo it's time to say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Bruce Gilham. Bruce? It looks, oh, there it is.
It said unmute, so am I live?
We can hear you now, Bruce. There you
Okay.
go.
I live in Rescue and we have 10 acres here. And basically we use the green waste carts for our convenience, but we really, it's more to help us in yard cleanup and what have you. We have a permit for like a 12 by 12 by 12 burn pile. And I would say 90+% of our property cleanup green waste will go into that burn pile. We don't have a real need for the green waste containers or the green waste process on our property. And so I'm hoping that there's an option, an opt-out option being presented here for people who live in rural areas like we do. That's the end of my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, with that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. I know I have a ton of questions and comments, you guys, and I'm sure the other board members do too.
Yep.
So I'll check in online first with Supervisor Novosel and Thomas. I didn't see any hands, so that's why I'm checking.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
Sure. I do have a question, and I know we all share, everyone's frustrations with this. So I guess my question is, in the presentation, and I guess this is to Jeff or Jeffrey, it says, it is a state mandate. It is an unfunded state mandate. And it says participation is not optional. So I guess the overarching question is, what does that mean? And what does it look like if we don't move forward with this today?
I think that's the question of the day right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, 'cause
And
that
I
was
think
one-
there's two parts to this too, Supervisor Thomas, because I kind of pinged our county council to kind of clarify some of that. The way the state can and cannot put mandates on us and whether they're funded or not. And I'm thinking maybe we should start there, county council, if you're up for it, and then we'll go on about, because I want to say no. But if they're going to fine us how many thousands of dollars a day, is it worth it? And so we need to know all of that. So,
And I think that helps respond to the public comment, because I do think there's an opportunity for staff to contribute some information, based upon the public comment
Yeah.
as well.
Certainly, I can try to address the comments about the unfunded mandate, and I'll defer to Jeff to talk a little bit more about the consequences should
Okay.
the board not move forward today. But starting with that first question, I think it kind of gets to maybe our common understanding of an unfunded mandate versus what the legal definition of an unfunded mandate is. Because under just kind of our common parlance, I think we'd say if we're not given money to provide, to support a service that's being required by the state, we might say that's an unfunded mandate. But the law doesn't actually look at it that way. In fact, the law specifically provides that it is not considered an unfunded mandate if the agency has the ability to levy service charges, fees, or assessments sufficient to pay for the mandated programs. This is an issue that comes up quite often when the state imposes new regulatory requirements on water, or in this case, waste. This is not an unfamiliar situation. But I'll further state that SB 1383 specifically included a statement in the bill that no reimbursement is required pursuant to the constitutional provision on subvention, because the local agency has the authority to levy service charges, fees, or assessments sufficient to pay for the program or level of service mandated. So it's, again, I think it kind of just gets to that difference between how we might just generally and commonly understand the phrase unfunded mandate and how the law defines it. So in this case, it is under the definition in the statute, it is not an unfunded mandate, because we do in fact have the ability to levy charges to support the new level of service required.
right. And so basically it's a mandate by the state. They're requiring us to do it. They don't want to give us any money because they say we can reach out to the agency providing the service and have the customers, our constituents, pay for it,
Well said.
which is really frustrating for everyone.
And
Especially-
Lori, if I
Yeah.
can just add real quick, CSAC's been advocating very strongly on the position that that's just wrong. And
Yeah.
that, and I, because somebody did make a comment about CSAC, and we've been very, very strong in our opinion that, that we need resources from the state. I don't care what they say. If it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it's a duck, and it's an unfunded mandate.
Yeah.
In our terms, and not in state terms perhaps, but in our terms, we are required to do something they're not paying for. And levying fees on our constituents is not okay. And CSAC has been out there trying very hard to get some resources. Just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Yeah. And I appreciate that, because that's exactly what RCRC has been advocating for also. So it's been extremely frustrating. So thank you for that. And thank you, County Council. It just clarifies how frustrated we all get when the state does this. And
So I do have a kind of a follow-up question that's related. Has there been any case law studies where there's been challenged by a county or a group of counties that this flow down of mandated requirements is unlawful from the standpoint as it's forcing us to increase the cost of service through fees or some other method? Has there been any case law studies to try to back pressure this particular perspective of unfunded mandates?
So I don't know one way or the other whether there's been any challenge initiated under SB 1383. There is a process that goes through the Commission on State Mandates that wherein an agency can file what's called a test claim, and they can pursue through that administrative process to obtain a determination of whether or not the particular program that's being required by the state does constitute an unfunded mandate, as the Constitution provides. Those decisions can then be appealable to the courts. There are numerous decisions about various types of regulatory requirements and pushing those down to agencies. And that's, those cases when they do end up working their way past the Commission on State Mandates to the courts, they do confirm that if the agency has the ability to levy the charge, that it is kind of essentially exempt from this prohibition. Jeff may be aware of whether there are specific challenges that are in the works with respect to 1383. I am not, but that's simply because I haven't looked into it. So there very well may be, I'm just not aware.
So if we wanted to say no to the legislation, but understand the cost of service part of it is a separate issue, do you think filing one of these test cases or anything would yield anything of benefit? Because at some point we have to provide some back pressure beyond what we've been doing, in my opinion, but not if it's just going to waste staff time and accomplish nothing. That's the point that doesn't make sense.
I mean, I haven't done enough to consider the probability of success of pursuing that. So I'm not really in a position today.
All right,
to
fair
opine
enough.
on that.
Yeah.
Maybe longer term, we can talk about that a little bit more, because we're seeing a number of these, and whether it's MWELO or whatever, those things are increasing the costs for housing, increasing the cost for just living in our county tremendously. It's not a 1% per year type of thing. It's significant. Every time we turn the corner, it's something else. So I think at some point we have to take a position. We know RCRC has been working on trying to accomplish those things. That would seem to be the better avenue as opposed to an individual county. But again, if there's no point in wasting taxpayer funds to try to pursue something that has a probability of success of 0. And that's kind of the way these things stack up, the way I see it. Maybe there's an alternative there that we haven't looked at, but I think that's something for further discussion.
Dave, I got a question. Is there any other counties that actually sued the state for these unmanned,
As I indicated, I'm not aware of whether there's been a challenge initiated for 1383, but I don't want that to be construed as a statement that there is no challenge. I haven't had a chance to look into it, so I'm not aware.
Yeah.
I'll ask if Jeff's aware through discussions with his colleagues.
Jeff
I'll ask
Warren,
him
come
to
on up,
chime in on
because
that.
you're next in the question queue I haven't heard of anyone, any county or city challenging
There's
this,
just
right?
been I think the thought process that they want to challenge, and it's usually the larger counties that want to do the pushbacks, like this LA County or an Orange County or something like that, where they got more clout to kind of push and to go to battle. I think
Right.
that's just what we've heard so far.
Okay. So we're still in wait and see mode, basically, to see how this goes. And then honestly, help us out with consequences. Because I think everybody knows, I really want to say no to this. I really don't appreciate this. Our residents don't appreciate this. Of course, everybody cares about, our air and all that. Yes. But it has to make sense. And that's the problem that everyone, I think, pretty much is having. This one doesn't make sense, but yet the state has said, you must do this. What are our consequences?
Well, just to kind of answer a few of the other questions that with residents that have acreage, that you're not being forced to do something. You can still compost. You can still do everything you've been doing up to this point. It's not going to say like, no, you can't do that anymore. You need to put it in the yard waste, organic food waste bin. You can still compost. In service is not mandatory. So there is that option. If someone says, I don't want to have service anymore, I can then self-haul and take it to the MRF. But then you're paying that extra rate, $20.88 per cubic yard. And then you'd be subject to your load to be inspected to make sure it's not being commingled and contaminated. So there is that option as well too.
But you can't opt out of just the green waste or organic part, right? You
No.
can't keep, right? That's the thing.
Like for myself and most of you, if you have service, you're either going to continue what you're doing. If you're composting for your garden, that's perfectly fine. Then you just get a blue lid to go on your can and you continue to put your yard waste in there. And occasional, if you're not going to compost something, you put the food waste in there and mix it with that.
Okay.
So going into consequences, there are a couple avenues to look at. One, if we look at the rate increase by itself, the rate manual and the franchise agreement does have a provision under section 1C6 for unforeseen circumstances. Although the franchisee has had an interim year rate increase earlier this year because of the ordinance being passed and the extra requirements, this is putting a burden on our franchisee to provide these services. And as Jeff mentioned, they can't do this service without a charge. They had to pay for their employees, their materials, and the transport costs. So this is coming at a cost, and this is what it's covering for it. So under the rate manual and the franchise agreement, this rate is allowed, if approved, as long as that staff environmental management does not see any deficiencies in the methodology, which we've reviewed their spreadsheets and we concur. This is the same methodology that was used for the CSD's El Dorado Hills, Cameron Park, and the city of Placerville. So if the board were to say no to the rate increase based on that, it still is cyclical. It will go back into, per the rate manual, we'd have to find a deficiency. I would still have to work with El Dorado Disposal to find out what that was, correct it, and come back to your board for another proposed rate increase. So that would be the one denial. Number two is completely opting and not having the service whatsoever and say that you're going to deny the rate increase and deny the service. And if we do that, it puts the county in a position of non-compliance with the state, and we could be subject to the fines as we've discussed. And the fines are under 14 CCR section 18997.3, which they range from $4,000 from a minor up to $10,000 for a major, and that's per violation per day.
Per violation?
Per violation.
Per day.
Per day.
Continues. Yeah.
What's a violation?
Not providing organic service would be one of them.
Right.
But there's a slew of requirements, and this is what it kind of goes back to, that notice of intent to comply, where we have a long list of our educational component, having our sustainability coordinator go ahead and do an outreach in education, much like what El Dorado Disposal is doing as well. Cart checking, as Ross mentioned earlier, that they will have a team out there and they'll do spot checks on cans and see what's going on there. So there's record keeping. So all of these little things that could all are a part of 1383 requirements by the county, those could become one of the violations. So the other component of that is that El Dorado Hills, Cameron Park, and City of Placerville are doing this service. The high elevation waivers are in effect, and that's for South Lake Tahoe area, as we've discussed back in August for the ordinance. So the county is complying with 1383. So by saying no to this, they're going to say, well, you already are doing compliance in these other areas. You're choosing not to do implementation in this one area here. So the residents of El Dorado Hills and Cameron Park and City of Placerville, this went out to the vote, if I'm correct, and it was voted that they would approve, that they wanted to go with the biweekly service. So my mind, it kind of sends a mixed message to Cal Recycle, is that we're picking and choosing. The residents voted because we have to have the service. They voted this way. We are providing, El Dorado Disposal is providing that service to those residents, and saying no today to that would be like we're saying no to the other half. And then it would just be up to Cal Recycle to see what would be coming down. And to this date, it's like, we don't know if any other counties have been fined, how hard they're going at it. It's one of those unknowns.
Right.
Because just like our implementation, we're doing education up until December 2023. January 1st, 2024, that's when the enforcement starts with 1383. So we are kind of in that phase of Cal Recycle, like learning what they are doing, because they've been tasked with this project too. And it trickles down to the counties to say what's expected.
It's frustrating.
It's just really frustrating. I think nobody here appreciates any of this, and we feel pretty stuck. And then the fines would be they would be levied against the county, because we're the ones that would be out of compliance. So, okay, got it.
I do have a different kind of question. It was mentioned by some of the public that commented that they'll go to more burning.
Mm-hmm.
And that really concerns me, because I've seen what's happened in the Central Valley with a lot of agricultural burning being sustained. We know the rice field situation. We know that a lot of the ag communities down in the Central Valley have had restricted burning relative to tree removal and those kinds of things. They are now forced to either have it hauled off somewhere or to have it chipped, to send it to a bio-waste facility, something, because that adds additional cost at that farmer agricultural level that has to be paid for somewhere, which all comes back into our food prices. So this is a cycle of things that you go through. And if we get to the point where there's a lot more burning, and for whatever reason, we have to shut down burning except on exceptional conditions like Sacramento County has, where once that maybe a year you can do burning, we have defeated our opportunities to be able to have that resource available. So it's a balance. We have to be very careful that we don't just increase a lot of burning and end up having air quality come and say, okay, you're done. You're now you're a non-compliant county and you have to restrict all burning with the exception of A, B, or C, right? And those are going to be severe restrictions if you haven't studied what's going on in Sacramento County or the Central Valley. We're at that brink. So I would just caution us not to just think we can do a lot more burning to get rid of these wastes and that's going to solve the problem. It will create another problem. Do you have thoughts on that, Jeff? I mean, you're not in air quality, but from the standpoint of environmental, do you see that as a positive trade, a negative trade, more burning?
Personally, I don't care for the burning as much because, you know, when I did it, my anxiety level goes up because I'm afraid I'm going to be the cause of a fire and I don't want it to be the next fire named after my street name. So, yeah, that is a concern, but, you know, it's been going on. We've had complaints. We have other meetings when people complain about people burning their trash, milk cartons, their tires and stuff because they don't want to haul. And it does increase, you know, our litter crew is constantly going out on the highways out there and the roadways of picking up construction debris, mattresses, things that are just too bulky that no one wants to take to the MRF. But that's just the nature of the beast, I guess. But
okay, thank you.
I know, and that's where I was on my list of things. There's just this concern about increased dumping that with every fee that goes up, and yeah, I don't know. I did want to ask specifically, and this is probably for Ross. I'm going to say Ross. We're going to break Ross in really good. Does Eldorado Disposal? Because I think we talked about this, and I just can't remember. Is there a senior discount or a low income discount or anything to help folks that have a problem?
Yeah, it's a senior rate.
So all they have to do is what, apply a call or?
Just give us a call.
Okay.
Age is 60, is that, I'm trying to remember what it was.
It is 65.
65. Okay.
Doesn't apply to $3.
Okay.
It does not know that would be on top.
Okay. So I'll probably start promoting that now because I did get some emails and people are really concerned and we have a lot of seniors in our county. So
so just to kind of go back on that one, the discount is for the service, but the $3.07 that are proposed would not be a discount. That $3.07 is a flat rate added to every customer.
But at least they would get their
Correct.
discount on their whole package. So, all right. Any further
I just
board
think-
question comments?
I think the biggest thing is we're looking at this county at a biomass facility for our county. And one of the things is, one of the things is the states puts all this pressure and everything on us. And what bothers me on this whole thing is they won't let us do certain things because of the, you know, air restrictions and stuff. But dang it, they put these things on us and they won't let us move forward, especially when it comes to CARB, California Air Resources Board, with all the requirements and all the laws that they put in place in our county. But a biomass, they have a biomass facility that's in Kenosha. And it burns all of its waste, garbage, all its green waste and everything that produces enough electricity for over 2 million people. And that's something that we need to look for because that would restrict and eliminate a lot of these mandates that are imposed, especially on, you know, Eldorado Disposal and some of the other waste haulers. And we need to start looking towards the future and we need to put more pressure on the state to make sure that they can implement these new ideas and new technologies.
All right. I don't really see that we have an option and we probably should, I think, is everybody asked all the questions, made all the comments that they have pretty much? You guys get online? Okay. Who wants to?
So I'm going to move the action based upon the fact it seems like we have very little recourse, but I would encourage us to continue to look at all things. So item 1, find that the additional rates per month and the cubic yard rate and the overweight charge are appropriate. Item 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign resolution 179-2022 and adopt and authorize the chair to sign resolution 180-2022.
Okay. You want to second it? Nobody wants. All right, I'll second it to get it out there. Kim, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Hydal, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnboot, how do you vote?
I'm going to comment on this a little bit. Being that in my district and stuff is a lot more rural and this thing to me it's, I don't know, it doesn't make any sense to me. And we have to go by what the state implies. And I just care about my residents and I care about, they're going to be really impacted on this. And I, you know, I understand the mandate, I really do. And I know it's imposed on Jeff and you have to do this. But I also got to listen to what my constituents want too. And I'm going to vote no on this.
Okay, Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Going to reluctantly vote yes, but I think we continue the discussion and with RCRC. And I'm voting yes, because I don't want to put our county at financial risk.
And Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Is this a 3/5 vote? A regular 3/5 vote? Okay, so I'm gonna vote no, just to send the message. I know we have to do this, but I want to show that the board is not unanimous on this. We really don't want to do it, quite honestly. So it's a symbolic no, and I am the rep on RCRC. I know Supervisor Novacell, you said CSAC's been trying to do this, and I think as it unfolds and the enforcement starts next year, I have a feeling there will be some court cases perhaps or something going on. So it isn't over. And just let everybody know that we're doing our best to represent our constituents. This is not a fun place to be. So it passes 3-2.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you.
With that, oh, we need to do some closed session stuff. Lost track of the morning. So give these guys a minute to clear the room. Thank you, everyone. All right. The board will now recess in a closed session to hear items. Oh, let's see, 40, 41 was continued. 42, 44, and 45. Right. As specified on the agenda, anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, we'll recess in a closed session. And do we have more items to do?
Yes, we have a couple pulled items, a couple department matters, so
We'll see what we can get through or not
for lunch.
before lunch. Definitely be back at 1 o'clock though, regardless. Okay, thank you.
Do you want me to put on the note that I put up that the board will adjourn at 1 o'clock? Closed session until.
It's hard to, yeah. You see, we want lunch. Everybody likes lunch. So that's only an hour. Yeah, I think that's fair. We won't be back before noon. Okay,
No, that's the reality.
that's reality. All right, we're back from lunch and to our open session. County Council, do you have anything to report out?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since all closed session matters are still in progress, I'll make any necessary reports at the end of the day.
Very good. Thank you for that. And then now we'll move on to open forum, Kim.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Mandy, before you start, I forgot to mention that Supervisor Thomas has left the meeting for probably the rest of the day. I forgot to notice that. So she's not online with us anymore. So sorry about that.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, Mandy Rodriguez. Pronouns are Grant and Hustle. Okay. So this pit count thing, since it's off the agenda, hopefully I can talk about this at open comment. It says right here that it's at the public's best interest and that there are specialty skills, qualifications, and equipment not expressively identified in classifications, blah, blah, blah. Oh, wait, that's not the right part. Basically, it says that there's nobody else that can do this or that's qualified. But I'm willing to volunteer to do this. So why are you guys going to spend 130 grand paying somebody? Because I bet you myself and other people would volunteer to do this pit count. I have issues with the fact that the people that are getting the funding are doing the pit count. It's in their best interest to make sure that pit count is as high as possible. So when I hear the pit count, I have a hard time believing it's 533 homeless people because I walk Main Street every day and I don't see it. And I drive by the homeless camp. Have you guys been up to the homeless camp yet? Oh my God, you should see it. There's trash just falling down the hill. Speaking of the environment and sustainability and organic waste. Why don't you guys think about having 2 pit counts, letting the El Dorado Democrats do their pit count? That would be, the homeless advocates and the Democrat Party, because they're the ones who call for volunteers. So have them do a pit count and then have the sheriff's office and their volunteers do a pit count and then come together. Because I had asked about last year if that pit count involved or included homeless people from Grizzly Flats, and nobody could really answer that. So I've heard conflicting answers. But if you're getting funding and you're counting those homeless Grizzly Flats people, then that funding should also go to Grizzly Flats people. So I'd like to know a full breakdown of who these homeless people are, where they're at. Not couch surfers to me don't count. I'm from Tahoe. I know a lot of homeless people. A lot of times you call homeless camping in Tahoe. That's what they do in the summertime. So anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Mandy.
Hello, Ruth Michelson, District 4. Nice to see you today. You have one more meeting this year, correct? I'm not sure I can come to it. So I wanted to take this opportunity to thank Sue Novosel for your years of service, 8 years. Of course, we haven't always agreed, but that really doesn't matter. The fact is that you gave of yourself to this county for 8 years. So thank you very much for doing that. Much appreciated. I also want to take opportunity to thank the entire board. I've come up many times and harangued you, asked you, how can you sleep at night, et cetera, regarding the homeless situation, and that you pulled it together and came forward and have a plan for the old juvenile hall. Much, much appreciated. And that you plan on building something at the old sheriff's site. Much, much appreciated. I know many in the community are very indebted to you for pulling together that plan. So thank you very much. Let's see. Oh, I know. I wanted to mention anti-bias training. I wasn't here for that discussion. I haven't had a chance to watch the video, but I've heard. And I think it's really important that that's a really good litmus test in my opinion, that if someone can't give an hour and a half of their life to take an anti-bias training, then I really don't think they're suitable to be on our boards and commissions. And I also think that that should be in person. You know, when things are done on Zoom, people turn it on, they walk away, they do the laundry, wash the dishes, whatever. And then there's no accountability for actually attending. So I'd like to see it not watered down. And as I understand, it's been sent back to staff. I don't think a final decision has been made on that. And so I'd really, you know, we had someone who was brought on to a commission with the understanding that they would take that anti-bias training. That was the condition. And I've asked many times to see if that actually happened, not for that particular person, but who actually took the anti-bias training. I heard 70 people refused. I heard that was discussed in your meeting. Well, that's 70 people to me who shouldn't be on commissions if they really can't live up to that standard. The other thing while I'm at it is Brown training, Brown Act training. I've been to many meetings where it's apparent to me that that hasn't taken place. And I think, I know that Kim has gotten more involved, and I think that's great. But if people are going to be on commissions, they should know how to conduct a meeting. And lastly, in my last few seconds, I know that actually sometimes what I have to say is put on social media, and I've been maligned for what I have to say, but I stand behind it. And I'm sorry that people have to take that type of action against me. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Ruth.
Good afternoon. I wasn't here this morning, but I saw that you had the human rights proclamation on your agenda, and I want to thank you for that, and I hope that it passed. I'm here to talk about a different resolution, one that I've submitted to you before. The El Dorado County Board of Supervisors ties to seditious conspiracy against the United States are now firmly in place, as you'll see in this handout. Those ties remain unrefuted and exist without any objection by the board, its chief counsel, chief administrative officer, or any El Dorado County elected law enforcement official. Since January 2021, the Board of Supervisors, with sole authority for the appointment and supervision of El Dorado County commissioners, has appointed 3 commissioners with pre-existing ties to extremist groups and individuals who have now been found guilty of seditious conspiracy. And another trial for that started today. The purpose of those conspiracies were to, quote, oppose the lawful transfer of presidential power by force, by opposing by force the authority of the government of the United States, and by preventing, hindering, or delaying by force the execution of the laws governing the transfer of power, including the 12th and 20th Amendments to the United States Constitution and Title III, Section 15 of the United States Code, unquote. Every supervisor is legally bound to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. It's a duty that you are required to well and faithfully execute as a condition of your office. By advocating the, quote, overthrow of the government of the United States by force or violence or other unlawful means, unquote, every supervisor is deemed by California law to be guilty of a felony. Your appointment and support of commissioners with ties to the unconstitutional events of January 6, 2021, including seditious conspiracy now, appear to fulfill that standard of accountability. I've sought to remain diligent in appearing before you and upholding the oath that I took to defend our Constitution by submitting facts for your benefit, so you could make informed decisions and uphold your oaths for the public good as you're required to do. Instead, I've watched your advisors remain silent. I've seen Supervisor Turnbull whitewash facts you were asked to investigate of those you seem personally supportive of. I've watched Commissioner Parlin apologize to commissioners who misled and lied to you in the public. I saw Commissioner Thomas do nothing after I personally reviewed her over a year ago. And I've seen privately communications of Supervisor Hydall mocking the public's objections and concerns. And I appreciate Commissioner Novacell's service, but I've just seen her watch this as the clock is running out. Elected public office is not a right. It's a solemn trust that comes with just one condition: to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. I ask you again to affirm your oaths of office by approving the attached
Joe, your time
resolution.
is up.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the room?
Okay. Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Felipe Rodriguez.
Yes, good afternoon. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
All right, Chair Parlin, supervisors, Felipe Rodriguez. I am a member of El Dorado Hills and a resident of Crown Village. And I just wanted to call to thank you publicly for installing a left turn lane coming out of Crown Village. A special thank you to Director of Transportation, Rafael Martinez, for listening to our request. And a very special thank you to Supervisor Hydall for really taking a constituent's request very seriously, having teenagers that have to make that left turn out of Crown Village, looking out for our safety. Greatly appreciated Supervisor Hydall for advocating for us in Crown Village. So on behalf of the residents of Crown Village, thank you for that left turn lane coming out onto El Dorado Hills Boulevard. Much safer for all of us, especially the teenagers.
Very good. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Dean Getz.
Good afternoon, supervisors and staff. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Super. I'm following up on numerous emails now that I've sent to the county staff and supervisors regarding the central El Dorado Hills specific plans, 135 lot transfer out of the El Dorado Hills specific plan to the El Dorado Hills central plan. Central El Dorado Hills specific plan, excuse me. That said, the county, since I last spoke to you, produced records in support ostensibly of planning commission statements that there's 135 lots currently planned, 135 development units planned on Village D1 Lot C and D. The county's documents that support that were over a decade old. 2008, last document marked on hold, not approved. And if you turn to what the county has filed with the state of California CEQA Clearinghouse, there's a statement about vested density based on the El Dorado Hills specific plan. I've seen clips in the various discussions where specific plans don't expire, but you're going to need to be able to support with documentation how all this works to your constituents. Police powers that county council suggested allow you to ignore CC&Rs isn't going to hold any water. The vested density where parks aren't done and supervisors like Lori Parlin ask what's left to be done, and you don't get to the bottom of it, and ultimately you find out that there's a big discrepancy in what's being documented as done and what's being suggested is still due to the developer. A big discrepancy, one where the El Dorado Hills specific plan allowed for 6,000 units. Are 6,000 vested with the developer and tradable anywhere around the county? So my question to you is, what is the supervisors in the seats today and the ones that are leaving going to do to make sure that the 135 lots that the membership was told are transferable are actually transferable? Thank you.
Thank you, Dean.
Now taking public comment from Colleen.
Hi, board. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Having technical issues today. So, wow. that letter from DOJ regarding the Tahoe Coalition is just disturbing. So I have a few questions. Can you please clarify if Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless is doing the coordinated entry for the county? Was it the county's intention to have them do coordinated entry for the new NAV center? And if so, what's the plan now? As a reminder, my group, Concerned Citizens of Cameron Park, was against Project Home Key due to our well-documented concerns about the ability to operate these types of facilities and ongoing expenses. It appears as though those concerns were valid. I hope this serves as a cautionary tale to the board members who have supported Project Home Key and many other state grant programs for the homeless. We need to look before we leap, board. When your constituents are asking more questions than you are, it's time to pay closer attention to the details. I hope this doesn't get brushed under the rug or dismissed. Thank you, Supervisor Turnbull, Parlin, and Novasol for voting against Project Home Key and Pollock Pines in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen.
Now taking public comment from 179.
Good afternoon, board. This is Jonathan Gainsborough. God bless you all. I pray you had a wonderful Thanksgiving. I want to compliment the brilliant combined thinking plan for the Navigation Center due to be open January 15th. Thank you very much. When it was told by either the Soups or by the City Council, we realized that we are 10 or 15 years behind on this issue. It's great to see movement to catch up. Parenthetically, I'd like to congratulate Sue Novosel for the 8 years that's helped us, Sue, to catch up with the homeless epidemic when COVID and the Caldor is over, although the results are still being felt with Grizzly Flats. The heavy rain that we all were in the other night, do you realize there were scores of human beings in tents that were falling down and sagging on them on Upper Broadway? It's still subhuman. It's fourth world. It shouldn't be happening. You would prosecute people if they ran a kennel and had dogs out in that rain, not bringing them into shelter. I want to ask some progress report from COA Don CAO as far as what is the progress on the Volunteers of America getting their staff for the opening of the Navigation Center? What is the progress on CAL FIRE moving out by December 15th? And what is the reality of opening January 15th or before? Finally, I'd like to say that all of us know about Job's Shelter, which has run countless thousands of mercy missions for our homeless over the last 20 years. Whereas we had one Elliot homeless on the streets 10 years ago, there are now scores. And I want to congratulate El Dorado Opportunity Knox and also you supervisors for the creation of El Dorado Housing. But back to Ron Sachs, I would like to propose a proclamation from the county supervisors for Ron Sachs Day and for Job's Shelter, which is closing down as a 501c3. He has helped our homeless while the county and the supervisors have, city council have watched from a distance. Please, let's honor Ron Sachs Day and make a proclamation for Job's Shelter as that part of our county compassion comes to an end.
Thank you,
God
Jonathan.
bless you all. Thank you.
Now taking public comment on Lane Cates.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I represent Gilmore Vista Zone of Benefits. I'm on the board and I represent 42 homes within our zone. We have a problem with securing our plow service with the county. Last year and this year, right now we have no one to plow. There's very few providers up here in Pollock Pines where we're at. And the county requires them to have $2 million of insurance, and a lot of them only have $1 million. So the county won't qualify them to plow for us. Last year was a mess. We only had plowing some of the time. One storm, we had 3.5 feet of snow and no one could get out for the better part of a week. We asked the county if they could make a waiver for the providers this year, and they said no. We are asking for any help we can get from the county in this matter. And Wendy Thomas is our supervisor. We did write a letter to her. We were hoping to have her present and hear these comments. But some of the real things we're worried about is when we get stuck with no plowing, people can't get out to work. We can't get emergency services in if somebody has a house fire or needs ambulance service. And the power can be out for days or weeks. And we can't get out to get gasoline to run our generators to keep our food preserved. So again, we're asking just for anything the county would do as far as a waiver, just to get us through this winter, because it's past time and it will snow. Thank you.
Thank you, Lane.
Now taking public comment from Tracy.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, yes, you have an echo.
Let me mute that. I have you on my phone and on my.
Oh, there you go.
laptop.
It's better
There we
now, I
go.
think. Yeah.
Hey, so I want to support what Mandy said. We need 2 counts because we can't have the grant hustlers auditing themselves and creating their own revenue. I also want to know if anybody background checks these organizations. There's just some monkey business going on with that Tahoe Coalition, as mentioned by Colleen. We were all against this home key, and thank you for keeping it out of Pollock and Cameron Park. But now we need to look at what's going on with that money and stuff. And in Placerville, on the homeless note, I don't know if you're aware, but the city of Placerville, Cleve Morris did some emergency MAL to turn the little log cabin in the tot lot of the park into the overnight shelter. I hear the churches have burnt out and quit doing it. So now until you guys get the stuff going and juvenile hall, the city is putting homeless people in this no barrier shelter. So drugs, pedos, all the things are allowed there. And it's disgusting. And it's probably the worst thing I've seen those people do yet. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure everyone's aware of what's going on there. Also, I'm requesting an update for what Colleen Bridger's up to. We haven't heard anything about that and it's forever, ever. So I'd like an update on exactly what she's doing, how her money's being used for that. Sue, I won't miss your ugly mug. And I think Brooke Lane will be worse than you, but she'll probably not be as rude as you. So we'll look forward to that. Next topic is local, LOKL. It's a private membership association in Cool. I did a private or a public records request anonymously and it disappeared from the system. So now I'm waiting for the one I did with my name on it. So would like that taken care of. And I think that's all I got for today.
I'm still writing things down, Tracy, just trying to keep up with you. Okay.
Now taking
You got
public
it.
comment from John Myers.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, hi, this is John Myers, also from Gilmore Vista Zone of Benefit, along with Lane Cates that spoke earlier. Just to add to what, Lane put out there, Gilmore Vista Zone of Benefit is at the end of the county maintained Gilmore Road, which is about a mile or 2 long. And then we have about a mile of roads that add on to that. Between the two is this 120 acre property that right now is slated for the Natural Passages Cemetery, which we understand is very important to the county to develop new cemetery capacity. So I think we're really looking in the spirit of out of the box thinking here, or having a special commission or special board to go off and analyze the situation with our plowing, and maybe it applies to others as well. As Lane says, we have people that live here. This is not a seasonal road. This is a publicly accessible road, privately maintained via zone of benefit, right? I don't think anybody signed up, that they wouldn't be able to access their home for days or weeks at a time if there's a heavy snowfall. We're blocked ourselves from maintaining it. We're told by the county that if we're not insured, we can't use equipment to plow our road. And at the same time, we're told by the county that they can't find resources to do it either. I think there's time to look out of the box. Should the 3/4 of a mile, which is probably the most difficult to maintain, that goes across the cemetery property, should that be a county road actually, right? I don't know. Is there a way, if residents can hire county sheriffs to secure a parade or a special event, or we can rent space at the county fairgrounds? In situations like this, why can't we pay an appropriate fee to county equipment to have them do the plowing if there's no other option available? I don't know what the answer is, but we do think it's unacceptable to just kind of say, hey, we couldn't find a plow guy this year. You 42 houses, 45 properties, you're on your own. Good luck. Good luck if you need an ambulance or fire truck or emergency services. Fire trucks come down this road, ambulances come down this road, police come down this road, right? It's not like it's a privately gated community or something. So we do appreciate you thinking harder about how to address this. We'll try to keep you updated at each meeting on how things are progressing, but we are looking for perhaps some better ideas and thoughts on how to resolve this. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, John.
Now taking public comment from 763. Please unmute yourself. *6.
Hi, my name is Gerald Clift, and I'm calling today to follow up on a request for Placerville Airport to offer unleaded fuel to pilots. Last month, I provided some background on lead aviation fuel's developmental harm to children within a half mile of airports. And I discussed what other airports' efforts were to mitigate lead exposure, which included banning unleaded fuel entirely, subsidizing unleaded fuel, and offering both leaded and unleaded fuel as an option. And then I proposed that the county contract to obtain unleaded fuel for fiscal year 2023's fuel contract. Now, I realize that since only 3 airports have banned lead fuel entirely, and only a handful more subsidize unleaded fuel, that may be too much to ask. However, given that we have an elementary school, a playground, and many homes within a half mile of the airport, I would say that we should at least be able to offer unleaded fuel at our airport next year. According to Wall Street Journal, 70 airports offer both leaded and unleaded fuel, and I see no reason why our airport can't do that as a bare minimum as well. I realize the county faces many issues, and I know you've been dealing with a lot of those that affect a lot more people. So I appreciate that, and a month may not be enough time to respond to my public comment, but given that this particular issue of lead exposure to children is being caused by the El Dorado County government exclusively offering leaded fuel, I ask that you please make mitigating Placerville Airport's lead exposure a priority. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I'm gonna look to my CAR. I was taking a lot of notes. There's a lot of comments, but there were some specific questions in there. Can you peel them out maybe?
I will try. I got
Right.
2 of them for sure. One is from Ms. Doyle on Colleen Bridger. Colleen and Public Health gave a presentation to the board on October 11th on the status of her efforts. That is on video, so anyone can go watch it. That was the last update about 2 months ago.
Yeah.
In regards to the question from Ms. Hearn about the involvement of the Tahoe Homeless Coalition, yes, it is my understanding that Tahoe Homeless Coalition has been the coordinated entry for the continuum of care for many years. The information that's recently become available, staff are taking it seriously and looking into it. It's new information to us over the past few weeks, as far as I know. So we're going to have to look further into that and figure out exactly what's going on and what relationship the county will or will not have with THC.
Okay. The Gilmore Vista ZOB, our DOT director happens to be here. Could you just provide some guidance where there was two constituents where they should reach out to follow up on that?
Yes, of course. We are actually in the process of scheduling a meeting with County Council and Risk Management to see what options we do have with Gilmore Vista. The county, as part of the ZOB program, we put the advertisement for bid out, and we hope that contractors, that it is enticing enough for contractors to bid on it. We can't force a contractor to bid on it. And even if we had the capability, which we don't, within our own forces to do that work, policy specifically forbids us from working on private entity roads. So there are options that we are entertaining, possibly maybe reducing the insurance, possibly enticing with greater compensation to the contractor so that we can get some contractors to bid on this project, or the final option is for that ZOB to dissolve. So those are the options that we're going to be having meetings, discussions on within the next few months. But I just did hear news that 2 days ago, a former contractor that used to work that ZOB at that location is interested and will probably put in a bid, and he has the insurance. So we're crossing our fingers that that is going to be the alternative, at least for this year, but we're still going to have that meeting with Risk Management and County Council to see what those options are.
Okay, so for John Myers then, and where does his name go? Lane Cates, then is there someone at DOT they can call to follow up though?
They have got our ZOB program manager,
okay,
Elizabeth Hess, and they've been working directly with her.
Okay.
If not, they're more than welcome to call Deputy Brian Mullins or myself. And like I said, we're going to be setting up that meeting here very shortly to discuss those options.
Good.
All right.
So Raphael, would you briefly describe what a ZOB, what the role of the county is? It's basically a management provision that we offer to local subdivisions and that sort of thing. It's not an obligation to do things like snow removal from the community. Can you explain what the county's role in this ZOB is?
So it is essentially a private entity asking and or utilizing local government to perform the collection, the administrative portion of managing a program, the collection of the money, advertising it, and then making sure that they do have the appropriate bonds and insurance and requirements to perform that tasks. And then we hold them accountable. We close out just like any of our CIP or maintenance projects. And the benefit of that is that the local government has a force or the authority to collect through the property taxes, so that if somebody doesn't pay, then the local entity, which is County of El Dorado, can then go pursue those people to make sure they pay. Unlike an HOA, then they have to go through the legal process, find legal representation to go after an individual or a property owner, a parcel, a community member, a neighbor, and it creates animosity, creates problems. So this is a program that has been instituted in the county for several decades, and it's just an administrative tool for private entities, neighborhoods, HOAs, so that they can have someone to collect the money for them and then administer the program for them.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. And then CAO, an update on the shelter. Do you want to, were you plan on doing that in your CAO update?
I was, but
Okay. Well, but I think that's where we said we were going to normally do it.
Yes,
So I
they
just
can
wanted to double
listen in
check.
then. Absolutely.
Perfect. Okay, so Jonathan and our CEO update, that's where that was gonna happen. Did we get everybody? And then the gentleman about the unleaded fuel airports, I think he's already been in touch with staff, is my understanding. So he should continue talking to staff about that. I think we got everybody. Is that all you got? Okay.
I'd just like to say that Lane Cates is raising his hand again. So Lane, we only have constituents speak on an item once, so I'm going to lower your hand.
And then we ask him to reach out to the ZOB staff that's why I asked the question for everyone. So very good. Thank you, Kim. Okay, so we have some department matters, pulled items to take care of, correct? Let's just start and go down the list. How about number 34, Kim?
Item number 34 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, Parks Division, recommending the board, 1, receive and file the results of the Chili Bar request for information, 2, establish a Chili Bar ad hoc committee, and 3, appoint 2 members of the board to serve on that committee.
Good afternoon, Vicki Sanders, your Parks Manager with the Chief Administrative Office. If you recall, about a year ago, you directed staff on what the vision was for Chili Bar. So staff put out a request for information to see what kind of interest there was from the public on what they would like to see, how their vision lined up with your vision. We had 3 responsives to that RFI. They are attached to the item. And what we're doing now is headed to the request for proposal. So we're requesting an ad hoc committee be put together so that from that RFI and with direction from the board and this ad hoc committee, we can prepare a request for proposal to go out for Chili Bar.
Okay, so I wanted to ask a question on here just to make sure that do you need a tea or something? Tea with honey, lemon. Let's get you a mask. Making for cuties over there. I just want to make sure I read it right. It said in the text of the item that we could actually, if the board wanted to, after the ad hoc comes back and everything, we could actually just contract out from the RFI. We don't have to go to an RFP. Is that correct?
Correct. That's my understanding from
Okay,
county
because it was in there and
council.
I just want to make sure that I caught that correctly.
And
So
we thought about that and we did discuss as staff whether or not we should come back with a recommendation on that, but we felt that we should have this ad hoc committee so that we came back to your board with the best recommendation possible.
and the ad hoc would include ARC too,
Right.
right? Because they're one of our partners. So
Mhm.
okay. Any thoughts from I know Supervisor Thomas isn't on the meeting right now, but I did talk to her yesterday and she, I think it's pretty clear that I would like to be on there just because it's definitely been, well, I've been the champion for this, for lack of a better word, and it's in District 4, but it's on the District 4 and 3 boundary. And she said she'd be willing to be on the ad hoc. I did tell her though, my recollection was that last time we talked about this as a board, which was been a while, Supervisor Heidel, you were really interested in, the RV park aspect and stuff too. So Supervisor Thomas said she'd be okay either way if you had a strong interest in it or not. It's kind of up to you.
I still have an interest, but I'll defer to Wendy if she really wants to serve on it. I mean, it's closer to her boundaries, but I do think this is a gem in the rough. And if we do this right, it can be highly successful. And I read through the 3 proposals, but I do have some questions that if we can go ahead and entertain some of those.
Can we do that with the stuff that was submitted? Is that what it was about?
Yes, the information was submitted because I'm more interested in the finance part of this because within the write-up, there was a discussion about what we thought the costs were going to be, what the revenue would be, the residual, and then the overall capital improvement costs and potential for grants and that sort of thing. It wasn't clear in reading at least it wasn't clear to me in reading the proposals, how that was all going to be executed, because I don't know if we're talking about a franchise type revenue sharing provision. I don't know if, what the expectations are on the finance end of it, but I was really hoping we would be generating much more revenue than what I saw in the summary, but.
So my answer to that would be, that's the unknown. So you had obligated, I believe, 1.2, I think, $1,250,000
Yeah.
for this project. So far, working with facilities, we've put a new roof on the store. We've removed all of the hazardous materials inside of the buildings, and then we've stopped because we don't want to use those appropriations in a direction that a concessionaire would possibly want to go. So the reason that we're taking this step back is that's our negotiation tools. So if we get a concessionaire, that's what we would be discussing. What are you putting in? What are we putting in? We don't want to do something that could hinder or spend money in a direction that isn't in the right vision. That's part of the reason why the RFI went out, and you'll see from the 3 proposals, 2 of them were headed towards one was an RV park, one was glamping type services.
Right.
So they did vary a bit, really, that would be down to the negotiations when we get to the proposal, or if we decided to negotiate with one of the RFIs.
One actually included the proposal of a hostile type of operation. and stuff.
Exactly.
And so there's a lot of variation, variety, if you will.
Yes.
In the 3 different proposals, but the thing that I don't really understand well is what is the community's desire for services from that? Because there was a big emphasis on providing breakfasts and lunches and snack bar stuff, and as if that would become the local mini mart for people to come in and grab something to eat, to get stuff off the store shelves. And I don't know if we ever assessed it in that potential. That wasn't the way I understood it was being proposed originally. It was more of the, how do we make use of that site and make sure that it's self-sustaining from a funding standpoint, et cetera, which means the public, the community would be welcome to use it, but I wasn't counting on that being a source of revenue per se.
Well, I think that would be part of the proposal. So the request for
Yeah.
proposal would be that we want this to be a public access point. Of course, it is always a public access point.
Right.
So whether or not they're there to visit the store or whether to do the camping, it would still be open to the public. That was what would be spelled out in the RFP,
Yeah.
was those details. I think that as far as where we don't know, when we brought this to you a year ago, the public was thinking more of a day use because they thought this was you would never go there, that it would be so much as an RV park. So I think that they were looking at it scaled way back, not thinking that they could get an RV park or that out of it. So I think that's part of us trying to make sure as staff, we're getting what your visions are, ARC's visions are, so that we're capturing everything when we put the proposal and we're not moving or wasting time and money in a direction that's not everybody's solid vision.
Agree. And there's proposal differences in terms of year-round versus seasonal
Mhm.
operation. There was talk about fly fishing and promoting.
So this is what the
training.
ad hoc's going to talk
Exactly.
about. So if
Exactly.
you want to be on the ad hoc with me, now's your chance. I'm
Well,
just
I've
saying.
expressed a desire to do that, but not if Wendy really wants to do
She
it. so.
actually, she said she'd
I'm
defer to you. And I did, that's why I said to her, I completely remember our last board conversation. You were very interested in it. So if you want to talk about all this stuff with ARC and me, then I suggest you say you'd like to be on the ad hoc.
I'd like to be on the ad hoc.
There
I
you
thought
go.
But I
Well,
don't want to displace Wendy if she
No,
really wants to
she
do it.
was fine
so.
with it. She was totally fine with it. And it'll be coming back to the full board anyhow,
Mm-hmm.
but we've got to have a place to hash some of this out.
Yeah,
So
no, I agree with the approach. It's just, the RFIs were great from the standpoint,
They
I was
were.
expecting this and we got this.
Exactly.
A much broader spectrum,
Mhm.
and now you have to kind of sort through it. But I think there's going to be kind of a needs assessment that has to be done with some of these things, more than maybe just an RFP. But that's to be determined.
wait,
The ad hoc can do that.
I want to do this within,
Right.
soon, my
Right.
lifetime.
Right. Well, me too.
Okay, very good.
I think it's I think it's very wise doing it this way and doing it before we've spent money on what we thought that somebody wanted. So having
right.
the RFI was a wonderful tool to
get
see the
some-
directions
yeah,
and see
right.
that there
And to
is
show that there was some
interest.
interest, because we didn't think
Yes.
anybody was going to even submit.
Yes.
So that was
Yes.
awesome.
And
So
put
it
in
was-
money to stop the damaging of the existing facility. That's
Exactly.
huge, right? Because you don't want to have
Yes.
to go in and do more work later on if you've got
Right.
the funding to at least temporarily.
Yes,
make the repairs
facilities
that are
has done a
necessary.
great job. They've been a great help to us and really conserved the dollars were very wise that they spent. So I couldn't be more thrilled with the work that facilities has done. And Jennifer's the one that pursued the RFI. So I think it was a great idea. And I think this is a great next step.
So I have one final question. What format is the ad hoc committee going to take? Is it going to be like the hemp where we're going to invite the public in to talk? Is
No.
it going? No. Okay. Well, I'm just asking because
We
we've done
already-
ad hocs in various forms.
We already did all that. We had the big public meetings
Okay.
already, and then we had the consultants, and we've
So you
already
think you
done
have
quite a
good
bit.
understanding of local needs.
Mhm.
Okay, because I don't. So, okay.
I
that's
think
good.
by doing it in front of the board and you guys providing us the direction, I think we have it. We just need to make sure that we've got the vision straight with ARC and with you guys. There's a
Yeah.
lot of moving
Okay.
parts.
Yeah, and definitely need to include ARC in this, so
Mhm.
perfect. So I'm thinking then Hudall, Parlin, ad hoc is what we're probably going to recommend here. So let's get some public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 34. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. No public comment.
All right. Great. So I guess we need to make a motion. Receive and file, and then establish the Chili Bar Ad Hoc Committee of Supervisor Heidel and Supervisor Perlin. Does that sound good?
I'll second.
Oh, roll call vote, Kim. Now I'm really discombobulated. I lost the supervisor online. I'm like,
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Thomas absent.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And this is really exciting. Thank you, Vicki.
It is. It's kind of the rebirth of a great facility that
Oh
kind
my
of fell into
gosh.
disarray,
Let's
right?
get this going.
Yeah, maybe we can bring it back. That's the hope. Yeah.
All right, so we'll just go down the line, I think, if that's okay with everyone. So item number 36.
Item number 36 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services, and Environmental Management Department, recommending the board, 1, approve the development of a county-led debris removal program. 2, authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to execute a contract with Tetra Tech Incorporated for site assessment and monitoring services related to mosquito fire disaster debris removal. 3, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution finding an emergency exists due to the mosquito fire resulting in damage to private properties in the Volcanoville area, and authorize the chief administrative officer to take all necessary actions to approve the design and specifications. 4, direct the chief administrative officer to provide written notification to the Board of Supervisors upon execution of the debris removal program, debris removal agreement. 5, approve a budget transfer appropriating $5 million from excess general fund contingency to the general revenues and other operations budget to cover the costs of the debris removal. And 6, authorize the Environmental Management Department Director to execute a contract with California Association of Environmental Health Administrators to manage the mosquito fire debris removal program.
That was a mouthful.
Yeah.
What?
Mine, I did not write. Good afternoon, board. We get to talk about something else besides a rate increase. too.
Yeah, awesome.
But there's money attached to it, so.
Yes, that's true. Good afternoon, Jeff Warren, your Environmental Management Director. I'm here to go over the action items for your board on behalf of the Chief Administrative Office, the Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services, and Environmental Management Department. So what I'd like to do is kind of summarize all the action items to kind of give a little briefing on what's entailed in that. So with action number 1 is a county-led debris removal program. So this is phase 2 of much like what Caldor was, except this time it's led by the county. With Caldor, we had the state come in and assist us. This time it's going to be county-led, which means at our level, environmental management is going to be heavy lifting on this one. This is going to be incorporating the removal of the ash, the debris, compromised concrete foundations, contaminated soils, soil testing, erosion control. Also, we will have a team of consultants, and what's different from last year and this year is that we will be getting technical assistance from Cal OES. So we still have Cole Glenwright, Jonathan Bell, the ones who have been with us through Caldor are still there to help us out, along with Placer County. And for the constituents who do not wish to participate in the county-led program, the alternate program would also be an option. We'll have that. For action item number 2 is the procurement and monitoring and assessment services. As mentioned, the county has solicited a request for services from Tetra Tech using the master service agreement set forth by Cal OES. Tetra Tech's response has been reviewed and found to be adequately meeting the needs of the county-led debris program. They were the top ranked ones that came from the state for our area and the size of the fire. The debris recovery operations team has focused the initial scope on debris removal to minimize the time that the hazard material debris ash is exposed to the rainstorms. And later on, at a later time, hazard trees will be addressed. We'll come back with a separate board item for that, but we really want to focus on the debris removal. The hazard trees are a hazard within the 5 years to fall on a public right of way or cause some harm, but they really want to take a focus on the debris removal at this time. We're also requesting the board authorize the CAO to execute a contract with Tetra Tech to provide services in accordance to the master service agreement for an amount not to exceed $2 million. For action item number 3 is the procurement of debris removal services, which is different than the first procurement for monitoring assessment. That's the ones that are going to go out and assess the properties. This action item number 3 is for the actual physical team to go out there and remove the debris. County is going to be using the procurement policy C17. Staff are requesting the board authorize the CAO to advertise bids for the hazard debris removal and authorize the CAO to execute a contract with the winning bidder in the amount of not to exceed $3 million. And as a note that the county has 6 months from the date of the governor's declared emergency to complete all cleanup efforts. So time is of the essence, and that's why we're making the request that CEO's office be able to execute that to avoid coming back to the board and having a delay in time. Action item number 5 is for funding. At this time, the county has still not heard if we'll be receiving the financial assistance from CDAA. We're still waiting presidential declaration for that to go through. So we are recommending moving forward in the full amount of $5 million of the estimated cleanup costs pending the decision of presidential funding being available. And lastly, oversight of the debris removal contracts. Because of the different way of the debris removal being handled this year, being through a county-led program, we don't have the state liaisons to kind of help us out like we did last year. So there is a heavier lift from the Environmental Management Department. That's why I'm asking for a contract with the California Association of Environmental Health Administrators. They have retired directors such as myself, like Greg Stanton and other people that would actually be able to have a contract to come back and assist the county in running that debris removal operations center team. They'll be the liaison with Tetra Tech and the winning bidder for the debris removal contract and assist in the ROEs, assist talking to the survivors and trying to coordinate all the facilities and all the activities that are involved in that. So some of the things that the contract would be is, like I mentioned, is a liaison between the property owners and the county, and then also coordinating insurance collection information and any type of appeals and requests from CalES and the property owners. The contract length should be about 4 to 6 months, and is estimated the contract is about $60,000, which with our department savings from vacant positions, we're able to cover that. And with that, I'll open up for any questions.
Anybody else have any? I just have a couple. So
I have a couple. Jeff, we talked about insurance coverage, what fire insurance coverage for debris removal any individual resident might have had in their policy and stuff. How do we make sure that if that's available, that the county, if they're going to front this money, is not going to front more than what's necessary beyond what that insurance coverage would take care of? Because I don't want to double dip, so to speak, that we're putting money out and then they're getting insurance claim payment of it. And how do we manage that part of it?
Well, part of the right of entry forms that they fill out, they put down if they had insurance, and they leave their claim numbers and insurance information. So therefore, if they have debris removal insurance, it would be listed there.
Okay.
And that's what is collected on. The debris removal insurance funds that if one would have something, if in the case with Caldor, if you had a swimming pool or a cellar, that was not covered under debris removal. So you would be able to use your debris removal coverage to remove that debris. Anything left over would need to be submitted back to the county for reimbursement.
So it really becomes a case by case situation. You have to look at each resident owner that had the loss and really understand where they need the assistance and where they don't need the assistance. And so it's going to take, the additional contract to monitor all those things and keep tabs of it, because it's not a one size fits all. There's going to be a lot of variability in what we deal with.
That's correct. And there's cases that, oops, I spent it and it's gone. So that's why we're having, with Caldor, we have a third party contractor out there to do that insurance collection and do the letters to do that for us.
So let me hold on. Carla, did you have something to add or expand onto that? Because I just want to make sure that we've got everybody on the same page there.
We're all on one team. Carla Haas, Communications Director and Recovery Co-Director, along with Sergeant Howie back there. So Supervisor, the safety bar in place so that we don't do a double dipping is that once the debris removal is completed by our contractor, That's the only time that we will know exactly how much money it costs per parcel. We have an estimate right now,
Right.
but we won't know until they tell us how much it costs to clean each parcel. At that point, we will have a contractor, a different contractor, an insurance recovery contractor to go to each parcel owner and determine how much debris removal coverage they had in their policy, take just that amount in recovery back to the county. So we're not taking any money up front.
Right. That seems like a well orchestrated process if you're successful in getting all the communications and stuff, but it's something I think that has to be done. We can't just skip by that and ignore it, because it could be significant depending upon what the policy contains for debris removal. So
It could be significant, or it could be very, very minor.
right, it could be zero.
And well, yes, many policies don't include debris removal, as people are finding out from Caldor.
Correct.
And just as a point of reference, from Caldor, so far, we don't have the amount of money that it costs to clean up any single property yet. We're still waiting on Caldor. So it's going to be a long process, is what I'm saying.
I got a question.
Okay.
Carla. On the tree removal, is there any stimulation on that or any money that will be funded for that? Because there's going to be a lot of debris or trees that are going to have to be removed from that area.
As Jeff said, we'll come back to the board for tree removal if it's necessary. At this point, because it's a much smaller scale than Caldor was, we think that a lot of the trees will be removed in the course of doing the debris removal. Then whatever is left, so trees that would be jeopardizing either the safety or the entrance ability of the debris removal contractor to do the cleanup, those would be removed in the course of their cleanup. So it wouldn't be a separate issue. If there are hazard trees remaining that didn't block their entrance or didn't put in jeopardy the right of way, then we would come back to board and ask for a separate tree removal contract to do the hazard tree removal on properties where it might fall into right of way within 5 years. But the immediate danger trees would be removed in the course of the debris cleanup.
Okay. Sounds good.
And then, don't go away. I know a week ago, I don't know, I'm losing track of when, anyway, we put out some kind of an update for everybody about this, I think it was, and I was expecting a fact sheet out there. Is the fact sheet waiting for this board item today?
Yes.
Okay, so after today's board item, the fact sheet will be posted.
Yes.
And then got it, because I was like, where's my fact sheet? That's good to know. And then this is a related, but not exactly, but I'm going to say it is related item. So I was at, I don't know, doing something in Georgetown, I can't remember. And I was specifically asked about, I guess there's some big machinery up there right now, masticating stuff, big trees and whatever. And it wasn't Volcanoville Road. I think it was one of the peripheral roads. I'm going to call it Bear Creek Road, but that could be wrong, is getting heavily damaged from this big equipment. And so how does that get taken care of when all is said and done? The roads being repaired, and that might be a private road now that I'm saying it out loud.
I was going to say,
how do they get that taken care of?
It depends on whether it's a private road or a county maintained road. If it's a county maintained road, it's under review currently. So we are working with, it's under the FMAG program. Okay. So remind me, FMAG is federal. What he said, Fire Management Assistant Grant.
Okay.
So damages under that category would be accounted for.
Okay.
Is that right, Moki?
What do we do with the private roads that are getting destroyed by this big machinery? What the heck? What do I do with that?
I'll get back to you on that.
Do you have any thought? Got anything on that, Moki?
My understanding is
we'll wait till you get to the microphone so that you're on the record for everyone.
My understanding is there's a claim process for, we don't have debris removal contractors out right now. So it's probably going to be PG&E or some other cooperator.
Yeah.
And at least during Caldor, there was a process with, the hard part we had during Caldor was determining who the responsible party was. But once you would determine the responsible party, there was a claims process you could go through with that entity. Okay. So not that it was, or I could say this PG&E, but hypothetically, if it were PG&E's crews out there that were doing the mastication, the homeowners association or whoever's in charge of the road could make a claim through their insurance process.
Okay, so, and that just hasn't been established yet for all this, right? Is my
Well,
guess.
certainly PG&E doesn't work through the Recovery Center. We do have good contact with them.
Okay.
So we can come back to the board or put out on one of our future updates, a way to reach these different entities. But yeah, that's
And then
pending.
would the Forest Service be one of those that could be out there with mascators? Because this is right up against Forest Service land, and I'm just wondering if it's them out there. Would they be doing that?
It's possible.
Okay.
I would have to do some digging to find out.
So you will do some digging
Of
for
course
me?
we will.
Thank you, because I know I'm going to see this gentleman again, and he's going to say, Lori, did you find out? And I say, I'm working on it. So thank you, guys. I really appreciate it.
Supervisor, if you can get us a more specific location, it'll help us try to figure
Yeah,
out.
I'm going back up this weekend to Georgetown. I will try to find this guy.
Perfect.
And I did have a related question on roads. The county maintained roads. Have we done an assessment to determine what damage is done similar to Caldor that we're going to have to put funds against? Because I know that delayed some of our other projects because we had to go and make road maintenance happen in a timely manner in Caldor and deferred some of the other things we had planned. And maybe this is a question for Raphael, but have we got an assessment if there's significant road damage that we're going to need to respond to? Because I've not heard that part of it.
Are you asking Supervisor in particular in having to do with mosquito, or are you talking about Caldor?
I'm talking about mosquito from the fire. Are there roads that were substantially compromised as a result of the fire that we're going to have
No.
to put? Okay.
No,
Yeah, Volcanoville Road came out pretty good.
Yes, they did. So we did an assessment.
Yep.
And any impacts and or damage to the road after any of the mitigation has been done, then we will then reevaluate and see if there's something
Right.
else we have
I
to do.
understand that, but that's the after Crom.
We've done, we did the initial survey right after the fire.
And we don't have significant damage. So that's
Yes.
what I really wanted to understand.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate that. Any other questions? Supervisor Novosel, you good? Thank you. That works. All right, then we'll get some public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 36. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. So I pulled up your Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience. And I noted in here, it has reference to both the King and Caldor fires, but obviously it's now got to have the mosquito fire included. But what I'm trying to understand, because I'm in the business through my chairmanship of the Patterson Ranch Fire Safe Council, to be part of the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council, and I am a board member. And so we have discussions, sometimes with participation of the county, sometimes with not. Supervisor Parlin has participated sometimes. I think Supervisor Heidel, you have. But the discussions have to do with what we're talking about today. It's trying to make the public know what is going on and why the county can be successful with having these major fires. Caldor fire is we're still working on all of that. Now we got the mosquito fire. And the question comes to, and it's part of the item today, what resources are available? To what extent the money needs to be spent for these resources? And then how does this tie in to the future? Because your Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience, that is the future of making sure that these fires never happen again. That's my understanding. I just need a little bit of discussion here to tie all of this together today so that people have a context. Thank you.
Hi, Sue Taylor. First, I think it's good that we're assisting those that have lost in these fires. But my concern is, when I look at this, you've got a company that's getting paid $2 million for site assessment and monitoring services, basically observation. to me, that seems like a lot of money that could be put actually on the ground. And I don't know if that's a fee that's guaranteed to them, because with the actual hazard debris removal, it's going to depend on how much you actually have to do on each house. So we've lost 22 homes in the county, and 3 were impacted. And we're talking about $2 million for observation on those homes. I think that's kind of a lot, where it could be used maybe more, a better use for those funds. I'm always standing up here when it came to Caldor and again here, the people that live in these rural areas know the best way to take care of these properties, but they're not getting any of the benefits from these fundings. It seems like that they're, I lobbied the county to help when the ranchers lost their grazing lands, that there's no help for them. There's, I don't know that anything's happening yet for all the people that have uninsured homes that were lost in the Caldor fire. And I guess originally I was going to ask, why isn't it was at Cal OES that did the cleanup for the Caldor fire, and how come they're not doing it for mosquito? So, where they provided those services. And, if we have this kind of money, that's $5 million for each house would be $227,000 a house. I bet those homeowners would rather just have the money and clean it up themselves and have a boost in getting their house back. So that's my 2 cents. It's always the best use of this funding. And if you could put it on the people that are actually harmed, it would make me feel better, and probably them too. Thanks.
Thanks, Sue.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
So who wants to try to explain the money bit with Sue's questions?
If I can just interrupt for a second, we have Cole Glenwright from Cal OES on the line. So he called in. So when you're ready to have that question answered about why Cal OES is not doing for mosquito what they did for Caldor, he would be ready to respond.
Do you want to do that
question.
first then, Carla?
Let's do it now.
Yeah,
Let's do that first. We might not know his availability, so let's do it now.
Yeah. Cole's been on here like all day. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carla.
Good afternoon. Can you hear and see me all right?
Yeah. Hey, Cole.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, members of the board. Pleasure to be back before this body as always. I'm Cole Glenwright with the Governor's Office of Emergency Services. So the question of, the difference in implementation strategy between the mosquito fire and the Caldor fire essentially comes down to how the state of California manages disasters, and that's governed by the Emergency Services Act, and specifically under that act, the Standardized Emergency Management System, which sets levels of assistance that start at the field level, go through the local government, the operational area, and then eventually the state. So at Cal OES as the coordinator of that system, we're tasked with determining the appropriate level of assistance to respond to an operational area's resource request. And that can include essentially technical assistance, financial assistance, or it can include all the way up to direct assistance where the state actually deploys an asset. In the response phase, that could include us deploying, CAL FIRE crews, Caltrans equipment. In the recovery phase, it most commonly looks like us assigning mission tasks to Cal EPA departments, whether that's DTSC, Department of Toxics, or Cal Recycle, to actually manage debris removal. And in a nutshell, we try and pair our response with what we think the true unmet local need is. For Caldor Fire, the determination from our director was that direct assistance was essentially the right fit there, that there was a clear unmet need, that technical assistance, that financial assistance, that no other type of assistance was going to meet. Here, although we don't want to make light of the effect that this fire has had on the folks that it did impact, but on the grand scheme of things, our feeling is that between the technical assistance that myself and my team is offering and the potential for financial assistance as we move through that process, that's the appropriate level of state engagement and state involvement to meet the local need here. And just for some context, this is a model we've implemented other places in the past few years, just because the fire seasons have been so catastrophic between the Camp Fire, the Woolsey Fire, the Dixie Fire, the Caldor Fire, many of these have necessitated state engagement. And so we've had the direct state assistance model as the more common of the models. But in years past, local governments implementing it themselves was more common. And this year, with, again, fortunately a bit smaller of a fire season, we're seeing this model be implemented in Mariposa County for the Oak Fire, and Madera County for the Fork Fire, and certainly your partners in Placer County are implementing a similar model. So in a nutshell, that's kind of how Cal OES arrived at the determination of the model to move forward with here, and happy to answer any follow-up questions.
Thank you, Paul. So it's going to be county led, and we will be seeking reimbursement from the CDAA, California Disaster Assistance Act. So are the odds good that we'll get reimbursed? I know.
It
We
says it's
just don't
typically
know.
set at 75%. So it
Yeah.
sounds like it's a sliding.
See, we're not
scale.
doing that. Don't.
I just didn't understand that one question, because if he's doing tech support, isn't that the same thing that you're spending $2 million?
So I'm going to ask a separate question. Just give me a minute. So then who wants to respond to what Tetra Tech will actually be doing with the 2 million?
Good afternoon. So again, so this is a not to exceed contract as well too. So that's a ceiling limit of what it could go up to for the contracting purposes. The difference is what Tetra Tech will be doing is that they're out doing assessments. That means looking at the properties with the technical expertise that we don't have. My department does not have that. And that's one of the biggest differences, that they offer that as the background kind of quarterbacking the whole program, going out there and looking at and coordinating the teams that are coming in there. So, and that's the part that we had last year, as Cole had mentioned, with a state-led program. That's what the state did, is they led that program. They coordinated all the different contractors that the state utilized, had biweekly meetings to go through weather reports, what teams are doing what, logistics, what parcels are being hit, what phase are they doing, also offering the services of arborist. We had a lot of issues with birds migrating. And so there's a lot of other components that go above and beyond what we can do as a county. So that's what they would provide those services for, working with the third-party contractor to do the actual debris removal, but actually running the debris removal show for the county.
Right. And this is kind of how we did it with the Caldor too, right? Is that we had the one assessing and everything, getting everything lined up. And then we had the third parties come in and do the cleanup all at once, basically, to get everybody, because I think we're 100% done, cleaned up and returned. All the properties have been returned back to the property owners. So trying to do it efficiently, all in one fell swoop. And then there's this deadline of 6 months, what is that deadline that we have to have this done because of what?
That is the 6-month deadline from when the governor declared it as an emergency, that in order to qualify for the funding, the county does receive CDA funding, there's a 6-month time limit that you can claim reimbursement for.
Got it.
So that's why it's kind of a big push to, we want to wait and see, when do we get it, to make the determination, because we're going further and further behind the ball. And especially with the weather turning, with the rain coming, we really want to focus on the debris removal. Therefore, our ask is, one of the action items is to basically take this item as we won't be getting it and to move forward in hopes of getting CDAA.
Yes, which I really appreciate that, because I know that folks are out there wanting to get going on this, and
Right.
then the weather.
And it is frustrating because
It
you
is.
do want to get things clean. You want to see movement versus just waiting to hear a word on an email that's going to open up saying, congratulations, you've got it. And you're still waiting. And then as the rain comes and you're watching things wash down.
Yeah.
So time is the essence to try to get things moving. Luckily, phase 1 was already completed back in early October. So DTSC was out removing hazardous materials off the property. So that makes it a little less, more secured.
And we know there's hazardous materials that are going to be involved at some level. And so the question is, how much is enough in terms of removal? To me, that's part of what Tetra Tech provides us, is that knowledge, that history of what has to be done in order to remediate the property. We don't know how to do that. We remove something, we do testing. We remove something, we do testing until you get all gone. They have enough experience pretty much estimate it and verify, I think that they've done sufficient, which we don't have. So I
That's
think
correct.
those resources are extremely important.
And Tetra Tech was one of the contractors that was used in Caldor as part of the cleanup, along with ECC and a couple of the other ones. So they're well versed. This is what they do.
Yeah.
And with phase one, this is where with my team from Hazardous Materials, we've done that before in previous fires, long before, fire helping from the fires where something happened. It's like, that's what the staff would be doing. And they've gone out to assist, but as far as that's the limitations, but to actually go out there and do debris removal is beyond our scope of work and expertise.
Yeah, and once it got going, set up at Caldor, it went fast.
Real
It went
fast.
really well.
Very
So
good. Right.
um,
So this is where the two differences is when we've had these phone calls, it's called the county check-in. So all the different counties would be on the phone with Cal OES, and we give our updates that we had, and then they would give their updates and go down the list of, what are the different contractors doing, what stages, where are they hitting, what's the weather, what's the safety mission. That component of holding that meeting now is a void, and that's where the county leading that side, and that's why we're asking for the help with the KHA contractor for one, but Tetra Tech would be kind of filling that void of quarterbacking the teams to run the debris removal program.
Jeff, I got a question. If this is approved today, when will you guys start?
As soon as we get the contract in order and authorize the CAO's office to execute that contract, we want to get it moving.
Right.
And Placer County, we've been meeting with them on a weekly basis so that we were working hand in hand, using the same messaging, and they were getting their contracts and ready. So we're hoping that this goes through. That way we can utilize the teams in the best use we can between the two counties.
But we are looking at weather conditions. It could delay anything we get started with, right? So it depends when the snow level drops. And
Correct.
how low it comes and.
That's correct. I mean, I think if I'm correct, Placer was maybe thinking late December, early January to start. And so are we because of the weather. So
Okay.
we just want to make sure that we get the item heard, answer any questions you might have, and that way it gives us the time to run the contracts through and get them approved. So we can hit the ground running when it's time to.
yeah, it'll go pretty quick.
Are we going to be working side by side with Placer? Is a really good, collaboration there. That's great to hear because their experiences and our experiences shared might make it easier when it's all said and done. So,
Correct, but it also sends the same consistent message between the two counties, between the neighbors, that you're not looking at one neighbor saying, well, why is it different over there? Why is it different here? We've been working very hard. Carla's been diligently keeping in contact with them and keeping the lines of communication open. So that way we are communicating back and forth.
Very good. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys
Yeah.
getting on this. Even though it's a smaller number of houses, it's just as important, and people are ready and appreciate what we're doing. So thank
Well,
you for that.
The loss is the same for everybody. If you've
Yeah.
lost your house, no matter what fire it is, you've suffered a great loss. So it's something we
Absolutely.
can try to do to help out.
Okay, with that, then are we good to go? Want a
We're good to go.
motion?
Yep. I'll make a motion that we approve this item.
I'm gonna second. Kim, can we have a roll call vote?
Of course. Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Thomas absent.
Very good. And again, thank you so much, you guys. I know that
Yeah.
we're putting money out there and we're not certain we're gonna get it back, but I'm hopeful that we do. So, and the residents really appreciate it. All right, with that, we're gonna move on to item number 37.
Item number 37 comes from the Department of Transportation recommending the board take the following actions related to the Mosquito Road Bridge at South Fork American River Bridge Replacement Project. 1, receive an update regarding the latest project construction details. 2, adopt addendum 2 to the final environmental impact report. And 3, approve the project as revised.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. Today's presentation has two objectives. One is to give you an update and kind of where we're at since our groundbreaking ceremony for the Mosquito Bridge project about 3 months ago. And then secondly, to go over an addendum for the environmental impact report. So with that said, I will go ahead and get started with the second item first. So back in 2017, the County Board of Supervisors passed the environmental impact report for the Mosquito Bridge project. A year later, subsequently, the Department of Transportation came before the board with a minor addendum to address some minor technical changes and clarify the project description on the environmental document. So today, the second addendum that we have before you today is to clarify exactly the details of where the batch plant is going to be. As you guys can all imagine, the amount of concrete that is going to be needed at this location is immense. It's a magnitude of scale that we've never had in El Dorado County. So to be able to provide that many loads of concrete from one or even two suppliers would pose a huge strain on the county's network circulation system. So it was always anticipated, a design was always incorporated that we would have a batch plant, essentially a location, a structure that would mix up the cementous materials into concrete and then deliver it locally as opposed to driving hours away from location and then having to do admixtures to make sure that the concrete was provided with the correct strength and specifications. So this detail was always anticipated that once a contractor came in, that he would work with El Dorado County to specify the exact location of where that was going to be and pick a location that was most suitable for not only the project, but also for the environmental aspects. So we contracted a environmental contractor and checked off all the boxes with the state and federal agencies to make sure that we met the criteria for the environmental document. And then here we are today to get that approved for you today. Secondly, is to go over a status of the project and where we're at, as I stated, since our last meeting, which was out in the field 3 months ago. As we've stated many a times, this is a 3-year project. We are currently at the beginning. And in the beginning, there is a lot of the foundation work that is being done currently. So we're not looking at seeing anything going up in the air just yet, any major concrete, just doing the groundwork. So as say, to basically get ready for all the major construction that is going to be coming up here within the next few months, and particularly in the spring of 2023. As I stated, a lot of the work that is being done in the construction process right now is the grading, bringing in a lot of the equipment into the area, providing the access points for the contractor, improving the access roadways just adjacent to the road, to the bridge. As you can see there in this photo, clearing out the area for the abutments, for the piers, and the staging area. And then providing the temporary offices for our field crews, our inspectors, and for the construction crew. As I stated earlier, this is a 2 to 3 year project. Now, we've got a very good contractor on board. We're very fortunate. So we might just be able to make it in 2 years. But nonetheless, within the next few months, we are going to be seeing a lot of impacts to our roadways. We're going to be having some delays, some intermittent lane closures. And as part of the project, we've incorporated into the design that we were going to be having intermittent complete closures of the roadway for about approximately 10 weeks. Now, this is going to coincide with the same closures that we have every year to work on the existing Mosquito Bridge road, so that we're collaborating with the contractor to make sure that we're not having to close the road for our maintenance crews as well as close the road for the construction. But any of those permanent closures that happens for 10 weeks, that's going to be occurring during the summer months. And we've clearly illustrated what the detour is of the roadway for the community if in the event that they do not want to deal with the delays. That is the usage of Rock Creek Road. As all of you know, the existing bridge and the proposed bridge is on the South Fork American River. And the existing mosquito bridge is just on that. And so in order to bypass around that, to get to the Swansboro area from Placerville, you will need to use Rock Creek Road. And I highly encourage all of our residents to go and use our websites. That's where all the data is in terms of the schedule, the timelines, the delays. Very simply put, if you go to the county's website, you go to government, you go to transportation, one of the first tabs is Mosquito Bridge. You click on that and you could see videos, you could see schedules, you could see all the data that you need in terms of the project. And so I'm just going to go through some of the aspects of construction that we've been going through the last 3 months. Here we are actually digging the foundations for the trestles that's going to be going up in order to hoist a lot of the equipment that will be up in the air at one point, as well as accessing the location for the abutments. As I stated earlier, we're doing a lot of the groundwork right now. So this is the drainage facility that needs to be in place ahead of all the foundation work. More photos of that drainage, as you see there, that is being implemented well ahead of the placement of foundations and the piers. As you can see here, this photo shows the heavy terrain that we're having to deal with. As you can see there, our contractor had to get a license in being a billy goat in order to access a lot of these areas, which is trestled and tiered. And this next photo here shows the level of climate change and severity that they have to deal with on a regular basis. You actually have a fog that has settled into that ravine. So it is a very daunting and difficult task, but one that is very capable for our current contractors and our current staff. And this is just a final photo of what the bridge will look like with the existing bridge in the foreground. As I stated earlier, I highly recommend that all the residents as well as visitors into the area visit the web link. This is it right here down below, but it's if you do not have access to this PowerPoint presentation, if you go to the county website and you go to government and transportation, Mosquito Bridge Road is one of the project's first tab on there. And like I said, it has all the video, all the pictures, all the schedules that you need to know in terms of what they can expect for delays, for schedule, and for any future impacts that they might have. That concludes my project. If you might have any questions, my staff and I are here to answer them for you.
Question one? No?
Great presentation. I think you're spelling it out, and we recognize it's going to be a lot of work. But I'm looking forward to seeing this move forward and get completed in maybe 2 years instead of 3.
We are too.
Great accomplishment.
We are too.
Residents would like that too.
Yes, they would.
And with that, have you heard very many complaints about the traffic? I've only heard a couple. People knew we had that huge community meeting and kind of let everybody know this was going to impact them as far as traffic, be aware, slow down, all that, to get the bridge that they wanted. They've been pretty good about it, except for a couple people. So have you gotten very many complaints?
We have, and it's been intermittent, and the benefit has been that we direct them to the website. And then as soon as they find out about the website, that's when they feel much better because, like I said, all the information is there. And I think I've conveyed that message to all the supervisors as well as the CEO's office, that if they do get any kind of messaging, you're more than welcome to send them to my department. But if you just send them to the website, that's probably the best place for them to find out up-to-date information, and then they don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, and that's what I've been in our newsletter and on our Facebook. We've been sending people there because I find that if I put something in my newsletter and then it changes the next day, it's frustrating. So I always go, hey, there was an update, go check it out and stay on it. And there is a subscription button to, so when that's, and I'm only going to ask, has anybody said they aren't getting updates? Because I don't think I got the last one and it kind of freaked me out. Shelley and I were going to look into it, just so you know. I
You
feel,
know, I haven't
You haven't
looked
heard
into
that?
it, but I will look into it and
Okay.
let you know.
yeah, I looked all through my email and I couldn't find the latest one, but we are having email problems. So maybe that's a different story. Sorry, Tom.
Yeah, the only concerns is people not, they hate Rock Creek Road because that's even worse and it's gonna be a lot longer around. That's all. But there's gonna be a lot of complaints there, so.
Oh, they're used to it now.
Yeah.
And they did do it actually for like about 4 weeks, just this last summer.
Every
And-
year.
And yeah, exactly. And every summer when we actually close off Mosquito Bridge, they know the process. All the locals do. It's just now making sure that all the deliveries and all the residents, visitors are well aware of having to use Rock Creek Bridge on occasion.
Yeah.
On occasion.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Yep.
Okay, so with that, then
Okay.
public comment, correct? Yep. I'm losing track of time.
Now taking public comment on item number 37. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom. Oh, Carl Weiland has his hand up.
Yeah, I was gonna just do him with everybody else. So I think he might be the only comment.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants.
You're it, Carl. You're the only comment out there.
So I will. Carl, do you want to go ahead?
Okay, thank you, Chair Parlin. I believe I'm unmuted.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Parlin, members of the board, Carl Weiland, Mosquito resident. I just want to add a couple comments to the attitude of the community from the people I've talked to out here when we've had discussions at various events. Everybody's kind of settling in with the construction. They're settling in with the delays and the traffic controls. I will say that from my experience and the few comments I've received, everybody believes and views Shimmick with a great deal of respect for the way that they're handling traffic. They're doing a good job, and I think that's helping the community get through this. So at this point, it seems to be going really well. Thank you.
Thanks for that feedback, Carl.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, with that, then I'd like to go ahead and move that we approve this item as recommended by staff.
I'll second.
And roll call vote, Kim?
Supervisor Hydal, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Thomas absent.
Very good, thank you. Seeing how while we have GOT here, you might want to leave. Let's go ahead and go to number 17, please.
Item number 17 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign Amendment 1 to cooperative agreement between the California Department of Transportation and the County of El Dorado, defining roles, responsibility, and funding contributions of each agency related to the project approval and environmental document plan specifications and estimate right-of-way and construction phases of the US 50 Latrobe Road, El Dorado Hills Boulevard Interchange Improvements Phase 2B project.
Do you have a specific question for me, Supervisor, or would you like to?
Right, I do.
Okay.
I had asked, I think it's pretty unusual to have a to be determined for the funding.
Mhm.
And I just was hoping you could explain that. And then also Sue Taylor asked earlier, made a comment about this item,
Sure.
about how
Okay.
it, not implements, what's the right word?
Yeah,
Meets measure. There it is. I
Meets
think that's the
measure
right
in
word.
terms of the fair share contributions. for
There it
Yes,
is.
of course. The to be determined is typically a placeholder for the Department of Transportation for us to recognize that we have a shortfall in the funding for a particular project. that we need to either look for grant funding and or look for other aspects of funding for this project. As of currently, these types of projects, the interchanges, they have been funded through either MCNFP, through TIF, and through any developer impacts that have contributed toward mitigation from any development. Typically, the types of fundings that is used for maintenance, such as the local discretionary, such as tribe, is used for maintenance projects, not used for capital projects. So we do not utilize tribe for this type of funding mechanism. So right now we are hoping that a grant is going to be opening up within the state and or federal government so that we can finalize that gap to move forward with this project. If we don't, what would occur is that we would wait for a particular time period in which we collect the funding in our TIF, in that TIF zone, so that it can then fill that gap needed to finalize that project. But we typically try to find grant funding that is suitable to these types of projects, either through state or federal means. Oh, and in terms of the criteria for meeting Measure E, any developer either pays their TIF as described in the general plan, and or they pay their contribution toward mitigation of any project. Whether the project is built or not, that funding is secured in that TIF zone, whether it's zone C, B, or A. Now, whether a department chooses to utilize the entire fund balance of that zone to build this project is of the discretion of the board. Typically, we would give you a recommendation if we felt it was prudent or not. We don't like to utilize all our funding on all, on any given project. We try and find means of the grant funding, because if we utilize grant funding, then those TIF funds could be utilized for other projects within that zone, whether it's an intersection, a widening, an interchange. So that's why we are holding off to see if some of the infrastructure bill funding is going to be beneficial for this location. Actually, as a matter of fact, another grant just came out through the federal government, the GIVE grant as well. And we're hoping that maybe that one could be suitable for this location. Anytime that we could utilize, leverage our TIF funds to go after grants means we could use those remaining TIF funds for other projects. So just because it is a to be determined, it doesn't mean that a developer has been let off the hook. They have to pay their TIF fees no matter what, and or per any conditions from the board or planning commission. If they have to build a certain set of infrastructure, it is required for them. And the only one who could remove that infrastructure condition is the board.
Okay. So this is a cooperative agreement between the county and Caltrans, basically, right?
Mhm.
Saying roles, responsibilities, and then we're laying out the funding that we anticipate getting. But specifically with the COVID funds being in here, is there a time limit on those?
No, there is no time limit
Okay,
on
so
that.
that helps then too, because I was like, if that has to be done in a certain time,
No.
we don't have the rest of the funds. Okay, so
No.
there isn't a time limitation. It's just to say this is where we're going to allocate those funds.
We do need to update to them if we don't get it done within a certain time frame. We have to update and let them know that when our time schedule is for the
Okay.
funding. As long as we are keeping that up to date in terms of when our timetable is for the construction of this project, that's their requirement.
Okay, and so the trigger to do this update or amendment was just because we got the COVID funds.
Yes.
And we're letting Caltrans know.
And letting them know that
Okay.
this is what the agreement is going to be once we hopefully do go for the funding.
Yeah.
Can
I
you,
go ahead, George.
Yeah, I was going to ask Raphael, what's the cost for this project, do you know?
Right now, our last construction cost estimate was somewhere between $7 to $10 million. Now, that was about 2 to 3 years ago. So that cost could be up anywhere between 12 to 14. We won't update that until we actually go up for a grant and then actually put together a revised estimate as to what the current costs are for that construction.
Are there terms of the cooperative agreement that have an expiration date? Could this go on for 4 or 5 years until that funding is identified? Because I want to make sure we're not proceeding until we know all that money is secured and hopefully it's coming from grants.
Once we secure a cooperative agreement with Caltrans, then that goes on in perpetuity. Yes.
Okay. So hopefully.
Or if there is a timeline that we do set in the grant, but typically it's in perpetuity.
Okay. This would also hopefully trigger Caltrans to help us find that grant money to
Right.
get this project done, because they are a partner in this. And they're the source of a lot of the funding for these grants. And to me, this is one that has to get done, but we can't do it on our own shoulder lift. We can't just rely on the TIF fees to do this. So I think the approach you're taking is right. But I want to make sure there really won't be any major effort put into this until 100% of those funds have been defined and secured, right?
That's what we always do in terms of making sure that we are fiscally sound before we move forward with any project.
Okay. The last question that kind of begs, the TIF fees that we have for Zone C, are they sufficient to fund the project based upon the fact that developers should be paying their fair share of the costs of these kinds of items? So in your interpretation, are those fees set high enough for developers that they are paying their fair share, and there's another obligation from Caltrans or the public to supplement and help for these kind of freeway interchanges?
And that's why the industry, every time we come before the board in late spring, comes out and not so much opposition, but trying to have us reanalyze our inflationary adjustment, because they feel that they are paying sufficiently enough. And every year we make sure that is sufficiently enough by measuring it up to the inflationary factor that we have, and which we just updated. As a matter of fact, a few weeks ago, every year we come before the board and we say, these are what the inflationary factors are every year increased. And we tack that up to the new TIF fees so that we are staying up to date with what the current fees should be for the cost of the infrastructure at the time.
So I know Measure E was mentioned as well. And David, I don't know if you want to weigh in on that one. I doubt if Raphael can, but can you respond to consistency with Measure E?
I don't know if I can, in that I don't know what the alleged inconsistency is. If it's related to the use of funds beyond the TIF funds, which are developer funds, that is fully allowed by Measure E. It requires the developers to fully fund costs along with other available funding. The provision of Measure E that would have restricted the county's discretion in the use of taxpayer money was stricken from Measure E. So I don't know if that's what it's referring to, but it's hard to answer a question that hasn't really been posed.
But I do want to make one point in that regards, and that is Johan has actually come up here several times over the past 3 years, stating that prior to, I believe it was 2019, that the grant allocation that we were anticipated for our infrastructure was too liberal, that we were anticipating way too much revenue that we were going to be getting from grants. And he actually made a good point. That's why Natalie and myself, along with her staff, we did a reevaluation of what a realistic grant contribution should be to the program. And the board voted on it, and they all stated that they agreed that this better conservative number, a lower grant allocation toward the program, which was much more fair and reasonable. To the contention of some of the industry market groups out there that felt that it was an impact on them and that they would have to pay more. But it is more fair. And if we do get a grant, it's gravy for us that now we're able to actually utilize that as opposed to using our own funds to build this infrastructure.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's more accurate. That
It is.
we stopped overinflating what we thought we were getting in
Right,
grants. So
right.
Exactly.
the fees did have to
We've
go up.
adjusted
I
our
remember that.
expectations, so now we're probably a little bit more appropriate in terms of our
Yes, we are more
approach to
realistic.
the way we go after funding and what can happen with that. So yeah.
Very true.
Okay, so with that, thank you for that, Raphael.
Sure.
We'll get public comment and carry on.
Now taking public comment on item number 17. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. So I tried to follow along to your question, Supervisor Huddle. Where in the county website do we find the information? Certainly, we can go in and we can find the latest and greatest phase, which is today's item. But when you go to that page, there's very little information, no links that takes you to the capital improvement program. Was where the meat of the and the answers are. So you have a page that's assigned to the project, but with no link to the information that you might need that you're looking for by going to that page. Does that make sense? Because I ask you questions before and I don't get any answers. So obviously I don't want to back and forth, but I think it's very fundamental that if you're going to have a system of information and a communication basis, it ought to be able to use that information and get the most out of it. And I'm saying right now, it's not the way it is. It's not set up that way. Thank
Are
you.
you saying, Chris, you can't put it in the CIP book? I just don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, first of all, you know, because you've been around a long time, that the
Right.
CIP book has a lot of information in it,
Right.
much more than today's item. Today's item is specific to El Dorado Hills Boulevard interchange, phase, I believe, 2B. Okay, so that's the current project, the 2B. There are other projects previously for El Dorado Hills Boulevard, Supervisor Huddle. You had all of the other, this has been phased for many, many years. When I was working here, we were working on this project. So all I'm saying is if we're gonna communicate, we ought to do it effectively and we ought to do it so that it works. Give me the links and I'll click on them. But if you don't give me the links, then there's no way I can find the information that you were talking about, Chair. And in this particular case, the book itself, you got to know a little bit more than, how to use the book versus just being able to go in there and just arbitrarily find something. So the book has all it in there, but you got to find it in order to be able to recognize your answers to your questions. Thank you.
Okay.
So the county keeps playing the shell game of let's put you in the capital improvement plan when it's time for you to divide just a portion of the cost of the project, and then let's take it out when you have to actually come up with mitigation for your actual project. And so I don't know, I guess this is in the capital improvement plan, so we'll go with that thought. In policy TCXC, developer paid traffic impact fees combined with any other available funds shall fully pay for building all necessary road capacity improvements to fully offset and mitigate all direct and cumulative traffic impacts from new development during peak hours upon any highways, arterial roads, and their intersections during weekday peak hours periods in unincorporated areas of the county. That was a resolution of the Board of Supervisors. And then if I go down to F, so F kind of explains that if you are not in the capital improvement plan, you have to have the full amount of the funds generated. But if you are, you have to, it says for all other discretionary projects that worsen, which this would the projects that are happening in there, I'm sure are worsening the area. They shall do one of the following: condition the project to construct all road improvements necessary to maintain or attain level of service standards detailed in the transportation and circulation element, and ensure the construction of the necessary road improvements are included in the county's 20-year CIP. So we've never done this to where it's really clear. We always say it's paper roads because we keep playing the shell game, and in doing so, we're always letting the developer off the hook. So I guess that's why I thought I would bring this up again, because this is not fully funded. So you've already violated that policy. And it's almost like Chris says, there's not enough in here to really understand enough of the project of, there needs to be a little bit more information on this, but anyway, it's just the same and I'm sure you'll approve it. And thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Okay.
So to answer those two questions very quickly, I will confirm with my staff, because I was under the impression that my CIP book is accessible from the county website. The details of the up-to-date estimates might not be there for that specific project, and that's because we don't feel like going through the effort at this moment, because the funding is not there. We're not ready to do all that extra legwork and effort and we're not going to do the project for another 3 to 4 years. So that's probably but if the link to my CIP is not there, then that's definitely something that I need to rectify. And in terms of the funding, so let's say, for example, we have $1 million in our Zone C, and this project was worth $1 million to construct. We could build this right now, which actually I think that is the case. We do have the funding in Zone C, but then that means we could not build anything else in that zone until then we start accumulating more funding. And because we're at a point where the impact, the level of service isn't causing that much of an impedance to the network, to the circulation, we'd rather wait to see if we could leverage grants to build those projects. Because otherwise then we'd have to wait several years to build anything else in the area. So that's how we try to leverage the funding that we do have. Any developer that does pay their fee is paying fully into their fair share contribution of the pot of money that goes to building the infrastructure in that area. Obviously, if an area isn't fully built out, then all the money isn't there yet. And so if we can find a grant funding to build it currently now until we wait to that point, then better for us, and it saves us money down the road for other projects. So I hope that answers any questions. If you'd like, I can answer any more if you have them. Thank you.
CIP book is linked. I just opened
Okay,
it.
perfect.
And you just do a search on the project number, which I appreciate you put the project numbers on there. So
Yes, perfect.
And I get why you don't update it, because you have to do it every often.
Yes, exactly.
So
Yeah.
I get that. So
Sure.
it makes sense.
Okay.
And
I do think
yeah.
though, there's an interpretation of what I heard Chris say, that when the public reads the Legistar item and they're looking for information of what backs this up and stuff. And I recognize that we have a category called related files, which are previous Legistar files. I'm wondering if we added a link that takes you to the CIP and what page, so that you get the connectivity. This is a project that's being proposed. Here's the funding and stuff. And here's the CIP that provides the more detailed perspective on why it's important, what the phasing of it is, et cetera. If you don't tie that link with the Legistar item, then people are kind of left wondering, where do I go find that? They probably don't recognize what a CIP is to start with.
I could do that. I could link that to as an attachment to the board item. It's simple enough for us to do.
It makes it simpler, I think, for people to get the connectivity if we're going to have those kinds of,
Sure.
people looking for the details. And I think we're seeing more and more of that. So
okay.
Transparency, I think, is what it's all about. Just make it easy for them to get to it.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Raphael.
So with that, you want to make a motion? Can we do that?
Yes, I will move this item as proposed.
I'll second it.
Okay, Kim, roll call vote. I keep wanting to say all in favor and I can't.
Yeah, I can't.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. It was not. I just gotten used to it again, remember? And now we're
I
back and
know.
forth. It's been funny.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Thomas absent.
All right. And with that, I think part of the reason I'm distracted is I need a bio break. So let's take 5 minutes and then we'll be back.
You just say bio break?
Okay, we're back from break. Supervisor Novosel, there you are. Okay, we're gonna do item number 16.
Item number 16 is from Health and Human Services Agency, recommending the board approve and ratify the Chief Administrative Officer's signature on the California Interagency Council on Homelessness Housing Assistance and Prevention Program, Round 4, Guidance Memo due November 29th, 2022, committing to further the COCO's HHAP Round 3 outcome goals and committing to pursue best practices for the HHAP Round 4 county and COCO joint application.
So Madam Chair, Don Ashton, your CAO, I'll take the lead in introducing this item. You may recall that in middle November, the governor issued a statement, and it was picked up by the media a lot, that he was going to withhold HAP3 funding because he wasn't satisfied with the progress local government, meaning counties and cities, were making in regards to prevent, I put finger quotes, solve homelessness. On November 18th, he asked for a meeting with it started with county chairs.
It started with the chair, and I'm like, I
And-
can't go
and-
to that.
and the city mayors from the big 12 cities. And this was during the week of CSAC's annual conference. And CSAC pushed back, and well, one, he said it had to be in person in Sacramento. CSAC pushed back, saying that's simply not possible because, quite frankly, most of county leadership was down in Southern California. So it evolved to allow Zoom participation, allow other staff to participate. And that meeting was held on November 18th. And during that meeting, he, or shortly after that, the administration asked counties to sign a letter committing to certain principles to move forward. And that letter had to be signed by November 29th, or it could put the HAP3 funding at risk. And it wouldn't be released. Several counties pushed back, saying that, well, let me back up. And he said that letter could be signed. It didn't have to be signed by the board. It could be signed by the CAO, it could be signed by the Health and Human Services Director. He didn't care who signed it. Several counties pushed back, including us, asking for more time to get this in front of our boards. And they denied that request. They said the letter had to be signed or the funding would be at risk. So I was torn whether to sign it or not. But if we had lost that funding, that means the board's direction to open the temporary navigation center wouldn't happen because we're using that funding to open the temporary navigation center. So I made the decision to sign the letter, but then bring it to the board for ratification and have the discussion as soon as possible thereafter. That's where we are today. The best practices in there that, I mean, there's quite a few in there that the county would be committing to, but I wasn't comfortable with the Health and Human Services Director signing it because a couple of the best practices go into land use issues and affordable housing and things such as that. So that's why I took it on myself to sign it. But again, bring it to you for consideration. If the board is not willing to make the commitment today, or not willing to ratify my signature, I would write a letter to the administration saying the board did not ratify and we're not making these commitments. But again, the risk there is you would lose the funding for the temporary navigation center. So I'm happy to answer any questions as best I can and go from there.
And Supervisor Trimble, you pulled it, so I'm thinking that you should want to take the lead on this.
Take the lead on it. You know, it bothers me a lot because to me, it just means that the governor's put too much pressure on the county. And I want local control. I do not want the state coming in here and dictating what we can do with our, surplus property in the county. It just makes no sense to me. And it's not right. We could end up being in a situation, what's going on with the Tahoe Coalition, especially when a breach of contract. What they're going through right now, we could end up held accountable for the same thing. And to me, it's not right. And I want local control. I do not want the state dictating what goes on because every time we turn around, it's something else that they add. They add more restrictions and more strings that are attached to this grant money. And to me, it's just not right. And I'm personally voting no on this. It's not right. We need local control.
I guess my question, Supervisor Turnbull, is how do we get the funding then to support the desire of the board to establish a homeless shelter with local control? Because I don't see that funding falling out of the woodwork.
John, I talked about privatizing.
Okay.
And we talked about that.
Has
And
anybody
yes, and
taken that step?
there's other states that have done it and they've
Okay.
been very successful. If we don't do this, we could look into that too. I just hate to see us in a situation that we end up, like a breach of contract. And then we're in trouble. And what happens when the fund runs out? I am not going to pull money out of our general fund to be able to support this, especially if the state doesn't give us or allocate any more money. I'm not going to do it.
Can I look at it as a risk factor, and where do we stand on that risk scale? And is this a prudent venture or not? And I guess I put a whole lot more confidence in our staff and the EDOC COC and stuff than what we saw with Tahoe Coalition. I guess the question I have to Dawn is, were you aware of the stuff going on with TCH prior to the decision to get on board? Because this does change things a lot. And I don't know the extent of it, but there's got to be a lot of conversation of what the fallout from this is. And if they really do turn the Bears Den into an operator type of thing separate from TCH, how does that, the words are secure the appointment of a receiver to assume full control and operation. I don't know what that means. I mean, are we subject to the same kinds of things with our temporary shelter and a navigation center? I presume we would be, but it's different funding than what was used for Project Home Key. So I don't really know the direct connectivity versus the unrelated aspect of these things. Can you help me understand that at all?
Probably not, because your first question, was I aware? I became aware of the concerns with Tahoe Coalition for Homeless middle to end of last week.
Okay.
So, and I honestly, yes, we're taking it seriously, as I said earlier, but I don't know enough to comment on it at all. I will add, though, that some of the programs Tahoe Coalition for Homeless did, and I get Home Key, Room Key all mixed up, but some of the programs they did, El Dorado County and the city of South Lake Tahoe said no when they reached out to us to be the sponsoring government agency. And then they went, because we were concerned with the terms of that agreement and the time commitment and the certainty of funding. TCH went to TRPA, who agreed to become the sponsoring agency. So there are some programs that TCH did that I think they were doing it all well-intentioned, but at least your two local governments had enough concern to avoid it and stay away from that. So.
And one of the other things is the TRPA on the hook now for 40-year plus, the contract they signed?
I don't know, but that's not the discussion.
I know,
right now.
I understand. Anyway.
So I'll chime in a little bit here. I don't appreciate what the governor is doing either. I mean, our ask, and I think CSAC said it really. Oh, Sue, did you hear what Graham Noss said about his CSAC? Follow-up of this is that my interpretation was that he felt that the state really wasn't stepping up in helping the counties in the way that we're asking for them.
That's correct.
That's kind of the gist of it.
Yeah, CSAC was very disappointed in that conversation that they had, the follow-up conversation. It's unfortunate, and they're a fighting group. They're going to continue to fight to change this because it's not right. I agree with you, George. It's not right. But the bottom line is, it's when they put our neck in a noose and say, do this or else you're going to get this funding. But we need this navigation center. So, and a lot of other cities and counties are going through the same rigmarole as, we can't live up to the commitment they're telling us to take. And yet that's the only way we get the money to be able to make the commitment we've made to our communities. So it's very difficult.
Yeah, that's the gist I got. So with this commitment in here, my take on it, of course, me, I'm pushing back, was that it's kind of squishy and, implement as many of the best practices listed below as possible. Well, we could honestly say, okay, this is all we could do right now. They kind of left it that bit, which I don't like having to lean on that, because the spirit of this is they want us to do all these things, but I'm going to lean on, well, it wasn't possible because you said as many as possible. So I think it's fair.
I think that's where a lot of the counties are going, quite
Right?
honestly, because we're all in this together, frankly. This is not fair to everyone. Every single 58 counties, or the 58 counties is pushing back saying it's not fair. So I agree with where you're going.
Okay, that's kind of how I saw this, was that
Seems like we got some wiggle room until the governor decides we don't. I mean, that's the problem with this stuff, right?
Yes,
I know.
absolutely.
I just don't like it. That's all.
Well, if we
Don't.
set up our center and we start doing what he's saying that we need to do, is he really going to come yank our funding? That would be, I think that I would go out on the news and point that out then. I mean, you're right, Sue, it's your no. So it's ridiculous that he's telling us to do this. We're on the verge of actually making some progress here and he wants to yank the funding. It just doesn't make sense.
And it doesn't make sense to anybody.
Yeah. And two, in other conversations, it's like you're saying, it's a statewide thing that we all want to be making progress so that we don't have the whack-a-mole that everybody says we have. We don't want that. So it would be nice if we were all making progress together. So I don't know.
But if we look at this from a risk perspective, if the governor yanks the funding, we shut down the facilities.
That's true.
And we just tell the public, we have no other choice. We don't have a source of private funding to do this. We can't privatize it overnight. And if there aren't efforts going on already to make that happen, we're talking 3 to 5 years. We need to do something in the near term, in my opinion. But we have alternatives separate from where TCH is. They have a contract. They have a breach of a contract. We own this property. And if the funding goes away, in my opinion, we have to shut down the operation and explain that to the public and go a different direction. But we don't have the liabilities involved. We don't have the same level of risk from the standpoint of, can they go after our general fund monies and ask for, reimbursement or something with it? I don't think so. But
Well,
that's
there's a
legal
lot bigger,
thing.
there's a lot bigger fish to fry in this whole equation here, frankly.
I agree. So I don't
You're
think we're going to
correct.
be singled out. I think, CSAC and the representation from all the counties and the discord with how this ended up with the governor are going to prevail. And I think there will be something worked out. So
I do.
I look
do.
at it, yeah, it's a risk factor, but it's nowhere near the risk factor that the Project Home Key and TCH got into.
Right.
And I think that we have alternatives available to us that aren't available to them. So you don't want to necessarily draw that parallel, but I would hate to get forced into that situation where we have to close it down, but that may be our ultimate decision if we have to go there.
Yeah.
So I appreciate your comments, George, and I don't like this either.
Nobody
but
does.
I don't know that we can just, go to parade rest and wait and see what the governor's going to do with his next round. I think we
No.
have to support and ratify what our CAO stepped up and done.
Yeah, I just don't trust the state. I don't trust our governor. Every time we turn around, it's something else. And all these restrictions he puts on us and he puts it on us without us even knowing about it. We find out later, like putting the pressure on Don to sign this. This is ridiculous, is what it is.
Well, and do it over the Thanksgiving holiday. Thank you very much. That was
Yeah,
really not cool either. I hear you. But again, in my mind, when I read this, it says, as many as possible. All right, I'm going to push back and say, this is all we could do. And some of these we're already doing because, oh, by the way, they're state mandated. So we're already doing them. And that's all we can handle with our workload right now. So I don't think we need to do a whole lot more than is possible.
Just keep the fight going with the governor to get reconciliation. And CSAC
Well, and I just want to say, I really appreciate, Don, you taking the effort, sticking your neck out on the line here because it needed to happen. We needed this, we need to move forward. And, the idea of stopping and waiting for his next move is, to me, is just unconscionable. We have a plan. We have a good plan. We have something exactly as you're saying, Lori, that, when you look at the fine, print in here, we should be able to get this through.
Yeah.
And as John says, if not, then you just stop and say, point your finger back at the governor.
Yeah.
Whatever we need to do.
Hopefully everybody will show up at the Capitol on that day because this is getting ridiculous. So, are you ready for some public comment?
Yeah, go
You guys
ahead and I
ready?
can talk
Okay.
after it. So.
Now taking public comment on item number 16. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hi, Sue Taylor. So the Tahoe Coalition for the Homeless is not a huge success story as it professed to be, nor was it ever. The discussion of the workers that were kicked out of there in the middle of Christmas time and left homeless so they could bring in a different demographics, to me, is not a success. Our county should be grateful that there's been many working to slow the process for the same train wreck to happen to our county and the COC. The state and feds may have let us off the hook for other fraudulent grants that we have secured, but that will not happen for the COC or the county on grants regarding the homeless. Taking these homeless funds for Housing First will forever bind us to state and federal mandates and subject us to sustaining programs we cannot afford, but we will be held to or face litigation by the state DOJ. You had that whole argument about the trash that you just voted for, about the mandates, and no matter whether they're funded or not, you still have to implement them once you sign on. I am working with many community groups within the county that are tired of not being heard. We will be working on stronger measures to hold our county accountable. The Sheriff's Department has been working on mitigating the homeless situation on an individual basis and has been very successful. The Board of Supervisors continues to ignore those, their advice, efforts, and instead is working with an unaccountable nonprofit to industrialize a condition that the county currently does not have. According to the sheriff, we have 20 people living in the dirt that they can establish. They've got it from 320 to 20. I'm sure there's a lot of nomads that are in there, but these are people that they can track. People do not understand that Broadway is within the city. When people bring up Broadway, that's not a county problem. And why the county is spending and getting in debt and tying in with the state over the city problem is beyond me. That is not the county's jurisdiction. The city has refused assistance from the Sheriff's Department to follow their model, yet the city wishes to push what they have created onto the county. It is beyond my belief that we have a Board of Supervisors that would rather emulate the condition of the city over the successes of our Sheriff's Department. I thought the whole point was to get people out of the dirt and not grow the condition. Sheriff offered to do that 2 years ago, and they're still out there living in the dirt because of the choice of the city and the COC. Sherwin Haggerty, who I think you've hired as a contractor for this project, switched his story for a grant. Just had an article posted in Comstock's magazine in November, which he said, who switched his story that Housing First does not work, yet for a bag of silver, he is now willing to be hired with those funds to bring Sacramento's condition into our house. Please, it's time to wake up.
Sue, your time is up. No,
and
your
look at
time
the
is up.
strings attached to these
Sue,
funds
don't
and
do
failed
that to me.
programs you are doing
So
after.
disrespectful.
And here's the
Thank you.
article and
Turn
what
off
he
the microphone,
and he
Kim. I
stated
cannot
first
believe that
Housing
you're
First
doing
does
this.
not work. And here's his statement in
done.
the article this month.
Oh, yeah.
I'll give it to George to read.
Mandy Rodriguez. I should have been at home on my day off. Instead, I stayed here to talk about this. Haggerty, he came to our RCC, our GOP meeting, and said the same thing. And it was like, he was like, yeah, the housing thing doesn't work, blah, blah, blah. We had this program at Marshall or Mather and it worked, blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as the money bell started ringing, he completely switched his story. I was completely blown away. So this is not for you. This is for the people that are listening to hear this. This letter from the Attorney General is very bad. They were your golden child, Tahoe Homeless Coalition. And they were, every time something came up, anything, because you keep saying things aren't related to funding. Anytime any kind of homeless funding came up, you brought Cheyenne Purrington up here as your golden child and an example of what to do and how to take care of the homeless, right? Now Cheyenne is gone. They started raising money. The money that they got was supposed to purchase these buildings and was supposed to go to renovate these buildings. By the time they got to the Bear Den, they were out of money and they were fundraising. I asked Cheyenne on her Facebook page, on her to homeless Facebook page, why are you asking for money when the millions of dollars you got should have paid for renovations? She deleted my comment and blocked me from the group. And now she's in Oregon doing her homeless grant hustle there. Okay. These are bad things. They breached their contract. They cannot account for money that was collected from Jade Garden, which is a restaurant rental on the property of the Bear Den. The Attorney General is asking for the ledgers for that money. This is a bad deal. And you guys are going to sign on to this again with another grant hustle, another homeless scam that's only these people, they are the worst of the worst because they prey on sick, addicted, mentally ill people who happen to live in the dirt. That's what they do. They prey on the weakest, the weakest of the weak. And that's what hurts me so bad is I see millions and millions of dollars going to San Francisco and their problem has only gotten worse. It's only gotten worse. And these drugs that they're doing, there's no rehabbing these people. The fentanyl and the new meth, there's no rehabbing these people. Their brains are fried. Do you know in Rancho Cordova, a guy was riding his bike last week and got attacked by a homeless guy with a machete? Those are the people that live a mile from my home. Okay. That is what's happening. This letter, I feel like Lori, you blew me off and said that this wasn't a big deal. This is a huge deal. Yeah, you kind of did. You were like, yeah, it felt, that's how it felt. Okay. That you were blowing me off. This is a big deal. They are in lots of deep doo-doo. And could you imagine 3 state-run homeless facilities in beautiful South Lake Tahoe? Sue, that's going to be bad for your real estate, right? Because we all need that real estate in there. This is what we said from day one, that this was going to go bad. And here it is in your face going bad. You know, Newsom is so disrespectful. He said, show me some damn results. Show him some damn results, supervisors. Where's your damn results? That's your governor. And you take orders from him like little puppies.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I want to take a different perspective on this item. First of all, the CEO has every right to sign whatever documents are necessary. It's his discretion. You give him that authority, but he has to come back and have you ratify it. He's doing that. Here's the item to ratify. But it's the other parts of this item that I just want to be clear because you haven't talked about it. It says here, you're committing to further the COC's HH8P round 3 outcome goals. So not only with this item today that you're ratifying the CAO's signature, but you're committing to furthering the goals. If you don't believe in all of the goals, then you shouldn't be taking this action. It should be split up just with the ratification of the CAO as being the only item, because there's too much here in this item. Next thing, you're committed to pursuing best practices. So we've talked about this before. We know what those are. We've had discussions about them. They're not always agreeable. Sometimes there's debate back and forth about how to do something, but you're committing to the best practices by this action today. And finally, it's a joint application. It says round 4, county and COC joint application. I've heard all of this debate over what's the COC, how are they opportunity knocks, continuum of care, how are they responsible with the blessing of the state and the governor? And yet we have this responsibility at the county level, local government, to be able to be a partner. In this case, it's a joint application So just be careful today. And if you need to have a little bit of discussion about these other things, do it within yourself, because I'm concerned on a broader perspective, not by the ratification of his signature, but by what it's in here in this item. Thank you very much.
There is nobody else in the room, so let's go to Zoom.
Yeah, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants, now taking public comment from Tracy.
Hi, guys. Oh, me again.
Yeah.
Hey, so I'm asking all of you to respectfully vote no on this. I don't think this is an appropriate action to take. I personally don't like that Dawn signed that. I don't think we should be doing anything under coercion and under duress by the governor. And like Mandy said, it makes everyone look like puppies. You know, let's see you guys standing up for what you believe in. And maybe this is what we asked you to do when we elected you, to do what's right. And we told you about these strings. And so here we are. And room key was to put people up in motel rooms. It was like vouchers in a way, right? Home key is people buying motels. I don't know why that would be confusing to anyone. Room key, home key. So home key, they go live in. So how long does this, continue? Forever? We're going to buy these. It's not the right answer. And if CEO Ashton knew last week about this very, very bad stuff with the DOJ coming after the Tahoe Coalition, why are they still operating the care continuum of care and this doing the entry stuff for all the programs? That should have been stopped immediately when this suspicious stuff's taking place. So in this letter we're talking about from the DOJ, Gavin's DOJ guys, TCH shall consent to immediate recordation of a lien against Bears Den for the full amount of Project Home Key funds it received to purchase the property, $2.8 million. Number 4, TCH shall stipulate that should the department in its sole discretion determine that TCH is no longer capable of operating Bears Den as set forth in the above described agreement, the department may be ex parte application, secure the appointment of a receiver. So I think John Heidel mentioned that being a concern, that kind of stuff. Why do we want to deal with crooks? Where is Cheyenne? Why did she disappear all of a sudden? Was she disappear when this letter showed up? Where's all the millions of dollars? That those guys need to be audited. And then Volunteers of America. I see a pattern of working with criminals, crooks, and frauds. This is another grant hustle. Then you're talking about using the Volunteers of America. And I've already read to you guys, so we're not going to read it all again, what went on with San Diego County with those crooks. So I hope you guys start, paying attention and background checking all these crooks that you want to collude with. Vote no on this, please.
Now taking public comment from Ryan Carter.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I want to thank first Supervisor Turnbull for having this item for discussion, and thank you for your comments on it. This perfectly illustrates what I've been talking to you guys about for the last couple of meetings about the conditions and the bully tactics from the state. And I really hope that moving forward, that we remember this conversation. We remember your frustrations every time a grant like this comes up for approval before the board. This is the product of us bowing down to these conditions that the state places upon us. And now we're seeing the repercussions of that. And so I really hope that moving forward, that the board takes this into account when they try to get these grant funds in the future. So thank you very much for having a discussion on this. Thank you, Supervisor Turnbull, for doing that. And all right, you guys have a great day.
Thank you, Ryan.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so bringing it back to the board. Yeah, I don't like this either. But I get frustrated when people are saying, we need to do something about the homeless that we have in our county. And we do have some, and we need to get them navigated to services. And we'd like to do that. So then it seemed logical to set up the navigation center and the temporary shelter so we can get people navigated where they need to go, to get off out of the dirt off the streets. That's what we're trying to do. We do have the constraint of Martin v. Boise. It's the law of the land right now. We have to have a bed to cite someone and tell them that they must leave. Otherwise, we don't have a lot of control over that. So I've said it many times. That is why I've been supportive, is because I want to have a bed so that our law enforcement partners can go out and cite these people and say, you can't be here. You have so many days to vacate our county, and we have a bed for you. And then we can do something. Without that, we can't do anything. I understand the concerns about the Tahoe Coalition. We're going to look into it. We know this. We're looking into it to see how it impacts everything in our county. But as far as our temporary shelter navigation center, I don't see it direct yet. We're looking into it directly, how that affects that. But yes, I get it. The DOJ thing is huge. I do not want to dismiss that. And I'm sorry if I gave you that impression. I don't think I use those words. So but that was your impression. I get that. Sometimes people interpret me interestingly. So, and I appreciated Supervisor Heidel saying it. We in our minds have made a good plan to get that temporary shelter navigation center going so that we can serve these people. We'll have beds. And if the governor is silly enough to yank our funding when we're trying to serve the very people that he's telling us we need to, that is going to come at him so hard. There's no doubt in my mind. I don't think any of us will hesitate. And I hope you guys join us if that were to happen. I just don't see him being that silly if we're actually being successful. But what do I know? So I am going to support this. Is there any other board comments or questions?
Well, one of the things is I'm not going to support it.
We know
You
that.
And you know that. And one of the things that I'm kind of really appalled by when finding out that I didn't know that we were giving money to the Tahoe Coalition. We gave approximately $199,000 since June. So I hope that the county cuts off all funding to those people up there, especially if they're in a breach of contract with the state right now. Also, it also ties into this item 16, also ties into 43. So basically, if we get the grant money, then 43 moves forward, but you're bringing the cart before the horse, it seems like, on item 43, especially with the funding on the cameras and stuff like that, because we haven't really even approved the funding yet. So anyway.
You're talking about security cameras?
Yeah, security cameras.
I believe that the county as a whole wanted to do that regardless. There were comments made.
Yeah.
We do have issues here with security and homeless
Yeah,
right
I
now.
understand.
And
I
so
totally
I
understand.
don't think that that's related.
Yeah.
And we want to do that for our employees and our
Right.
residents that come here. So keep that separate.
Anyway.
And you did support the temporary navigation center. So
I know that.
I just
I know.
want to point that out, that sometimes, we gotta do things that we're not really excited about. And, if the governor changes paths on us, there's gonna be consequences. And it won't be pointed at us. So anyway, Supervisor Nosa, I saw you're off mute. Did you?
Yeah,
wanna
well, I
add?
just want to say, our commitment that Don signed are things that we're already moving forward with.
Correct.
And rightfully so. So this is nothing different than the same conversation we have had over the past year about how and what to do for our homeless. So I fully support this because it is where we need to move. The state needs to figure out how to deal with it. And they're going to have to figure out how to deal with 58 counties that are up in arms about this, because we need to work together.
Yeah.
Pointing fingers at counties is not helpful.
Not at
So
all.
along those lines, I do support this because this is exactly where we thought we were going to be needing to go. So I don't want to stop that.
Agreed.
So I'm surprised by the $109,000. I don't remember this board authorizing money to be transferred to Tahoe. Are you sure that's not EDOC COC funding? I'm just trying to figure out what that reference is, because that's a new one on me.
So I saw the $109,000 figure from our auditor of funds that have left the county treasury to Tahoe Coalition. Your question is right on, Supervisor Heidel, and I don't know the answer to that yet. I'm not in a guess, but we need to find out, was that county money or was that COC money that the county passed through to them as the administrative entity?
Right.
My guess is it's a latter, but we need clarification,
Yes, sir.
because I don't want that misinterpreted.
Right.
That the county made those commitments, because I don't remember any board action that
No,
would
there
have
wasn't.
authorized that kind of funding distribution. So they are a private nonprofit organization, as I understand it, the Tahoe Coalition.
That's correct.
And therefore, we have not engaged with supporting them directly, to my knowledge. Now, if that happened, we need to really investigate and understand how.
Well, we are.
And we are.
Okay.
And we need to be careful that we
Okay.
stay on track on this item for now,
Right.
is all. And
So
we are
fully
looking into
support
it.
this. I think we have to keep moving. I think we need to support our CAO. He made the best decision he could at the time, and I think we're doing the right thing by moving forward with this. To back off now doesn't make any sense, and we will have to look at what happens as it unfolds. There will be other developments on this interaction with the governor, but I think we are in a good position to basically terminate, if we have to, the program
Yeah.
based upon the governor's removal of funds. And I'm not afraid to do that at all, because then it's on him.
It's on him. So in a way, I feel like we're calling his bluff today. How's that? And sometimes people seem to want us to do that. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and move to approve.
I'll second.
Kim, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Hydal, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-1 with Supervisor Thomas absent.
All right, so I think we got through all of our agenda items and we just need to go finish up some closed session. Is that correct?
That and to and froms, right? But yeah,
Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, that's right. To and from.
we can do it afterwards, whatever.
Doing now.
We should probably just knock those out now, right? Well,
Not
we're,
much anyway.
okay. Who wants to go first then? Supervisor Turnbull, were you ready? You said you didn't
Yeah,
have
I
much.
just got a couple things. I've been, I've been pretty sick, especially with this cold that's been going around. And so there's not been a lot of things. A lot of things are going on, but we did have the transportation and transit meeting the other day, which John and I attended and stuff. So that was a good thing. And also I did Donna Seifert, which he was very active in the transit. Anyway, and I did her funeral that was on Saturday. So anyway, she was a big asset to our church, but also a big asset for the community.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. Supervisor Hydal, you got it?
Yeah, I've got it. Thursday, November 17th, I attended a meeting at the invitation of North State BIA. Good discussion about, future projections of where we're going to go with the economy, everything else. One of the interesting things is they were very interested in understanding where we were in filling the CAO position. So it's clearly recognized the importance of this position and getting the right person into it. And the fact that, all parties, it seems, are very engaged in following this and tracking it. So to the extent that when we get to the point we can make the public more aware of what we're doing there, we certainly want to do it. And I know we will. Same day, I attended the Pioneer Community Energy Meeting. The new movement there is the cities of Nevada City and Grass Valley will be joining Pioneer. They've initiated that process. However, Nevada County backed off at this point, but the two major cities, at least to my understanding, I guess Truckee is also, but they're probably the Liberty Energy, and that would be the separate thing. But so anyway, there is an evolution of bringing more membership on through Nevada City and Grass Valley and probably Nevada County at some point. So that was a progress there. Monday, the 21st, we held audit reviews for both the Transportation Commission and the transit audit. These were ad hoc for the Transit Authority. Both organizations are doing extremely well. No significant findings, very stable leadership from everything we can determine. So kudos to them for the excellent work that they did in getting the audit completed and then the review process. Tuesday, the 22nd, I had a voter fraud discussion with Dr. Frank. Some of you may have heard his name, and involved 3 other county supervisors. The net result of that is we've discussed the need to look at going and having a discussion with the Secretary of State relative to voter rolls and the motor voter issues, et cetera. Registration of voters is really where the issue is, it seems. It's not the Dominion machines, was kind of the conclusion we came to. And so I have talked to our registrar of whether he would be willing to support a discussion starting with the 4 counties that were involved to see if there's something there that we can define bullet points that we would like to see legislative change to reduce the risk of voter fraud. So I'm making you aware of that. We'll see how that progresses. Ultimately, I would hope RCRC might be interested in that, but maybe not. But I think we hear it all the time, and the whatever we can do to minimize voter fraud by working with the Secretary of State is what this is all about. And I think there are some opportunities there. It just depends. Monday, the 28th, we had the Human Rights Commission meeting, a number of items discussed there, primarily the speakers forum and what we're planning there. So a lot of detail to come on that one once that gets solidified next year. Wednesday, the 30th, I had a meeting in the El Dorado Hills Senior Center with our Director of Health and Human Services to talk about 3 specific things: reopening the El Dorado Hills Senior Lunch Program, reopening the El Dorado Hills Senior Daycare Program, because I've had a lot of asks from various constituents of when we can do that and why can't we do that now. And the bottom line is that we have staffing issues. We can't fully staff. So the approach was to look at, can we get volunteer support on a temporary basis through our Veterans Commission connections, through other connections that we may have through churches, et cetera, to get volunteers that are qualified to do the food service part of it in order to get us started, giving us some time then to continue to do the recruitment and hiring and complete that role. The third category we talked about was with the Volunteers of America. Sherman Haggerty has been mentioned, but also Amani, the lead president, whatever, for Volunteers of America, was involved with it, as well as a local El Dorado Hills resident who has been designated to be the primary operator responsible for our homeless shelter and navigation center here at the county that we were talking about. It was a way to get Evelyn introduced to them, have some good dialogue. We talked about plans that they have in terms of how they're going to operate the facility, which is very important to a lot of people. And ultimately, we revisited the idea of an X Street visit. And X Street is one of the things that VOA operates. And so we wanted to start perhaps with a couple of supervisors. And at the time, Evelyn was identified to be participating in that. We may change some of those things, but allow us to go down and see how X Street runs, firsthand exposure to it. And if some staff want to do that, but they've told us 3 to 4 visitors at a time is probably the maximum they can satisfy or work with. So that's future. Thursday, December the 1st, as George mentioned, we had the Transit and Transportation Commission meetings, and we did use the county's 360 review tool in really performing an evaluation for the executive director, Woody Deloria, to get a broader perspective than what we've had in the past for his specific performance. It includes peers, et cetera. I think that went extremely well. And I want to compliment and thank our HR department for cooperating in that. We're not going to do it every year. It was kind of a one shot, but I think it gives Woody some better visibility of some of the things that he may want to work on, but it was a very, very positive response in terms of his performance. So that was helpful. And then we know we had the special board meeting to look at the CAO recruitment last Friday. And then last night I held the El Dorado Hills Community Council monthly meeting. Our county recorder clerk, Janelle Horn, was the guest speaker, along with Katrina Christensen, who's her deputy. Very good discussion, primarily about alerting the public to some of the current actions that are going on with deed transactions that provide exposure that people could be signing away some of their title, some of their equity without really knowing it. And so we're trying to inform the public of those things. It makes me wonder why our state allows these kinds of transactions, but that's another discussion. But the presentation was very well received. There's some follow-up, and we did acknowledge 2 new members on the community council. One is Lauren Sumitomo, who represents the Youth Commission. She's part of the County Youth Commission, but she's representing youth at our community council. And then also Kathy Guerrero, who's filling the role for Healthy Communities, because that gives us connectivity with all the work she's done with First 5, the El Dorado County Office of Education, the county itself, and some of the programs and stuff. So we'll have a better ability within the El Dorado Hills group to be able to talk about and ask questions about what are we doing? Are we doing the right things, et cetera, et cetera. So we welcome them to the community council in kind of an expanded capacity. So Healthy Communities was always there, but the youth membership is a new addition. So I think we're off to a good start. Looking forward to what happens in 2023. And Lauren has agreed to be our guest speaker for January. So she'll be talking about the youth activities, what Oak Ridge High School has done, what their welfare center has been able to accomplish through the Office of Education, all those wellness centers, I should say, all those things from the standpoint of understanding the response to the youth's environment today. We did mention the fact that we've had 2 of our seniors, I believe it was at Oak Ridge High Schools, that have been passed away recently, one due to cancer and one due to a traumatic brain injury as a result of a skateboarding accident. So those all cause a lot of stress and anxiety with our youth in terms of what does all these things mean? And so it's great to know we have the wellness centers there that are available. If they need more resources, they'll bring them in. But I just see it as an outstanding collaborative effort between all the agencies involved to try to do the best we can for mental health in particular, and address that and get the proper services available to people. So very, very good discussion, and that's available for anybody who wants to hear it. We've recorded as YouTube. It's out there if you want to listen to it. We also put out minutes that just summarize where it is with links to the presentation material. If you just want to look at the PowerPoint presentation that Janelle Horn presented, that's available. So that's a conclusion of my response. I realized it was a lot, but it's been 2 weeks.
It has been 2 weeks. And Supervisor Novus, though.
2 weeks. So anyway.
Thank you, Chair. It's hard for me to talk a whole lot, so I'm just going to keep this real brief. We've had a lot of phone conversations with staff and department heads. And, I just want to do a big shout out to all of our department heads and their staff. Whenever there's a question, anything going on, they've always been there. And as I'm transitioning out and Supervisor-elect Lane is transitioning in, this takes an extra amount of care and communication, and they've done such a great job. I'm sure our new supervisor's in great hands. I know that, and I just want to thank all of our staff for being there, for stepping up for everybody. That's it. Thank you.
I know we were wearing you out too. I'm like, feel bad. So.
Get well, Sue.
Thank you for hanging in there, George. We got to go back into closed session too. Let's see, it has been 2 weeks, but I'll only hit the things that are important to the board. Or maybe this isn't. The El Dorado County Water Agency hosted a plenary, and we had great attendance on this. I think this is the 3rd one now, and the theme of the plenary was centered around working landscapes. So we talked about ag and cattle grazing got a lot of props. So I was excited about that. Yeah. And we laid some groundwork to continue working together. Basically, our mission is to supply water for generations to come. So we're working on that.
There and I was sick. So.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't show up. Keep those cuties. And then I had a meeting with Transportation Commission Executive Director Deloria to follow up on the State Route 49 confluence study. And I think he's going to be presenting the draft of that to the Transportation Board in February at our February meeting, because there isn't one in January, correct? No January meeting? Correct.
January
okay.
meeting. Yep.
So February will be the soonest we can get to that. I virtually attended the Taxpayers Association meeting on November 28th, and the guest speaker was Assembly Member-elect Joe Patterson. I just wanted, and the reason I'm mentioning this is he actually gave a nice shout out to our El Dorado County Elections Department and said that it is one of the best in the state at getting ballots counted, which is in contrast to, there's a lot of complaints out there about how long it takes everybody to count ballots, but he gave our department props. So you go, Bill. Good job. And then he also mentioned, which I thought was timely, the burden that state mandates such as SB 1383, he actually mentioned it, puts on our residents and increases the cost of living. So in my mind, I'm really hopeful that we have a voice there now in the legislature that gets us and maybe can speak up and voice those concerns. I know it's a big lift, but we need our voices heard. I had a ranch marketing meeting with staff. Oh yeah, Supervisor Thomas and I had a meeting with a lot of staff about them ranch marketing and winery ordinance. And so just to let you all know, we have it targeted to go through a public workshop, I think, and then the Ag Commission, Planning Commission, hopefully in March of 2023, and then coming to the board in April 2023. That's our path that we set. And so we're hoping to stay on that. It's been huge. I had a meeting with Sue Henneke, Deputy CAO, to prepare. So RCRC had a special meeting with PG&E last Friday. I couldn't attend because we had our special board meeting. There was also an EDOK, a Mountain County. Everything was on last Friday morning. But anyway, Sue, I just prepped her with some information so that she could speak about the concerns we've been having with PG&E, falling trees, leaving them there, creating fire hazards and burdens on our residents. So I appreciate that RCRC is trying to take that up. And PG&E just is sluggish, to be responsive, to be honest, but we're trying. And then lastly, what was this? Oh, yesterday, Supervisor Thomas and I met with the staff that's working on our design standards project. Everybody remember that? It's been going for a while. There's going to be some changes due to state legislation. I hate saying it, but it's true. And so our path on this is probably going to be changing a little bit. And so staff will be bringing an item to the board as soon as they can early next year so that we can have a full discussion and make sure that we all agree on the new path. But the legislation is causing us to get going on it. So maybe that's a silver lining. I don't know. So anyway, that'll be coming to us early next year. I think I hit all the highlights.
Can you
anything?
provide us the legislation? I'd be interested in looking at that because I've not heard of that. State.
I'll go look up the number. I can't remember the number, the legislation bill number, but I can look it up and then email it to everybody.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
we can do that.
appreciate Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple things. I appreciate Supervisor Novosel for putting a shout out to our department heads. Supervisor-elect Lane is fully engaged and has started the onboarding process. I'm attending meetings with her and all the department heads. We did 3 last week, several days this week, all the way through the new year. So that's exciting. And again, thank you to the department heads for taking the time to start educating the supervisor-elect on the issues and things. She's drinking from a fire hose, but the more you hear it, as you guys know, the more you'll understand it. So that is time consuming, but I think it's time well spent by everybody. The only, last week I did have the privilege of sitting on a panel for the New Supervisors Institute with several other CAOs and talking to new incoming supervisors. It was a lot of fun. It was a good discussion. So I wanted you to be aware of that. And the last thing on the navigation center, the temporary navigation center, the updates as of the end of last week is everything's still on track for a January 15th opening date. VOA has said they are hiring staff and they anticipate having everything in place from the management staff down to the support staff to support that. Thank you for approving the security items. The funding had been approved before, but we had to get the allocation to because they're fixed assets. So it's no additional funding than what the board had approved, when you approve the temporary navigation center. If there is an area, well, let me back up. Next week, we will be bringing an item to the board regarding the security provisions putting in place and the board's commitment and my office's commitment to have on-site security presence. So that will be to the board next Tuesday. And I want to extend my appreciation to the sheriff's office for willing to assist us in those efforts. If there's an area of risk that, the Supervisor Heidel always talks about this, and I appreciate it. What are the risk factors to not opening on January 15th? It's the MOU that the COC has to negotiate on how clients will be identified and screened to be accepted into the navigation center. I should be getting a draft of that by the end of this week. That will need to come to the board in early January for approval. That's the one area that is a yellow in my mind. It might be in my mind because I'm just not as familiar with where they are, but I think we're in good shape in that regard.
Is our policy also the policy about?
Part of the.
That's part of that.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
very good. We need that policy so everybody's on the same page about how and when and all that. So that's the one. Got it. That'll be big.
Would you also comment on the city of Placerville's temporary shelter that they've opened? Because I understand in working with Housing El Dorado, they've been able to accommodate a temporary provision.
I can comment on what I know.
Yes.
I don't know a lot. My understanding in conversations with the city manager is it is purely an inclement weather shelter.
Yes.
So they have criteria set up. If a storm comes in, a place for people to go. And then when the weather clears, it's closed down. That's the extent of what I know. about
But
that.
but I think it's encouraging. There's an attempt to try to, fill the gap between now and January 15th, or maybe a little bit of overlap and stuff with whatever we can do, working with churches and working with the city of Placerville. So I personally took that as an action of good faith to try to, help supplement what we're trying to do in this interim period until we can get the navigation shelter and opened, the temporary one, and make it operational. So I personally support and appreciate everything people are doing to try to bridge this gap for us. It's unfortunate we weren't able to get it open earlier, but we're doing our best. And if it's middle of January or whenever it is, then that's the best we can do. So.
And then the last thing on the permanent navigation center, there will be an item next week to get approval from the board to move forward with that as well. So that's all I have, Madam Chair.
And then I'm looking at the drafted, it's gonna be a doozy of an agenda, everyone, next week, because it's the last meeting of the year. So hang on to your hats, bring your snacks and treats to stay awake, because 3 o'clock, there's something about 3 o'clock, I start fading. It's just the thing. And then county council, do we anticipate having anything to report out?
Yeah, there will likely be a report out.
There will. Okay, so
Let me ask, not having seen the agenda, we have sometimes started with closed session stuff early, like 8 o'clock, to try to move some of those things forward. If it's really that jam packed, maybe we ought to look at that kind of a provision, but that's up to obviously the chair and vice chair.
I probably won't be here at 8 a.m.
Yeah, I mean, I just.
Right now, we
Don't
only
like
have one
switching
closed
around.
session item, so.
Okay,
it doesn't-
okay, all right.
yeah.
So
It's
Could
mostly
change,
just
but-
a big agenda.
okay, all right, then we don't need to consider that then.
Yeah. Okay, with that, then we'll go back into closed session. Thank you, everyone. All right, we are back from closed session. County Council, do you have anything to report out?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. The board completed its closed session agenda, having heard items 40, 42, 44, and 45. On item number 42, on a 5-0 vote, the Board of Supervisors has dismissed Evelyn Schaefer from her position as the county's Health and Human Services Director, effective at the close of business today. There's no action to report on the remaining closed session items.
All right, very good. Thank you, everyone. And we will adjourn at 5:02.
Yep.